What if the shadows that dance at the edges of your vision are more than mere tricks of the light? In the flickering dusk of a small Filipino village, a chill crawls through the air, wrapping around the hearts of those who dare whisper the names of the deadliest witches. The villagers speak in hushed tones, casting wary glances at the moonlit path that winds through the forest, where tales of blood magic and vengeful spirits reign supreme. A centuries-old curse hangs heavy, a tapestry woven with the threads of sorrow and betrayal, stretching back to the time when the earth, once rich with life, became a battleground for ancient sorcery. Each full moon breathes life into these legends, awakening the specters of those who wielded power with a flick of their wrist and a whisper of forbidden incantations. The air thickens with the scent of impending doom as nightfall descends, their chilling laughter echoing through the trees. Caught in the web of fate is Maria, a village healer with an uncanny gift for herbal remedies. She has long turned her back on the witchcraft that runs through her veins, fearful of the dark legacy that looms over her ancestry. Yet, as the moon rises, she is inexplicably drawn to the forest, her feet moving of their own accord toward the very place that terrifies her. What does the night want from her? What secrets lie buried beneath the roots of the ancient belate tree, its gnarled branches twisting like the fingers of the long dead? Outside the village, the river whispers warnings, its waters shimmering with the remnants of lives lost. Banshees and Aswang linger just beyond the reach of the lantern's glow, hungry for the warmth of the living. The elders know better than to tread too close to the border of the other world, yet Maria feels the pull of her lineage tugging at her consciousness, a siren call she cannot ignore. Visions of her ancestors, women draped in shadows, eyes like smoldering coals, haunt her dreams, begging for a reckoning. Amidst the growing tension, an ominous figure emerges from the underbrush, a silhouette cloaked in mystery, their intentions as dark as the night itself. Villagers begin to vanish, one by one, their fates entwined with ancient curses and the insatiable hunger of malevolent spirits. As Maria grapples with her identity, the stakes rise, threatening to consume not only her, but the very soul of her village. The air crackles with the energy of the impending confrontation, the clash of the past and present felt in every heartbeat. Secrets long buried in the soil are poised to erupt, and time is running out. Will Maria embrace her heritage, or will she succumb to the very darkness she fears? As the specters of history rise up to reclaim their power, the fragile line between salvation and ruin begins to blur, and the echoes of laughter turn to screams. In this dance of magic and mayhem, the deadliest witches of Filipino folklore awaken once more, ready to alter the course of fate. In the flickering glow of a solitary candle, shadows danced across the walls, whispering age-old secrets, tales of power and fear. The air felt different that night, charged with an energy that made the hair on the back of one's neck stand. It was a time when the Philippines was a tapestry of islands, each woven together by threads of rich culture, belief, and the inexplicable. Here, amidst the rustling leaves and the humid air, the origins of witchcraft began to take root, entwined with the very essence of the land and its people. Long before the Spanish arrived, the archipelago was home to a multitude of indigenous tribes, each with their own rituals, customs, and beliefs. The forest was alive with the sounds of the unseen, and the islands brimmed with spirits. It was in this world that the first whispers of witchcraft emerged, mingling with the ancient practices of healing and divination. The Babaylan, a revered figure in many Filipino communities, was often a woman, a healer, and a shaman. She stood at the intersection of the seen and unseen, wielding sacred knowledge that could summon both blessings and curses. The Babaylan's powers were drawn not only from her connection to the spirit world, but also from the wisdom passed down through generations. She would gather herbs under the light of the moon, her fingers deftly picking the leaves that glistened with dew. The scent of crushed leaves and wildflowers filled the air, mingling with the incense of burning wood as she prepared her potions. Villagers flocked to her for help, seeking cures for ailments, guidance in love, or protection from the dark forces that lurked in the shadows. But with power came fear. As the Babaylan harnessed her magic, the fear of the unknown crept into the hearts of those who felt threatened by her abilities. The arrival of the Spaniards in the 16th century brought a new dimension to the practice of witchcraft. Their religion clashed violently with the indigenous beliefs. The Babaylan, once venerated, became targets of suspicion and persecution. Stories emerged of women who were said to dance with the devil, casting dark spells and brewing potions that could bring misfortune. The term witch twisted in the mouths of the colonizers, transforming the once honored practitioners of magic into fearful figures of folklore. In the villages, where the sound of the gongs would echo during rituals, whispers of betrayal and madness began to weave through the air. The stories of witches became more sinister, tales of women who could fly through the night, their dark silhouettes gliding over the treetops, cackling and casting curses upon those who crossed them. The Babaylan was no longer seen as a healer, but as a harbinger of doom. Fear took root, and superstition grew like an invasive vine, choking the light of reason. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the moon took its throne in the sky, tales of the Aswang began to spin like the wind through the trees. The Aswang, a creature of dual nature, could be a beautiful woman by day and a monstrous beast by night. Stories of the Aswang haunted children's dreams, filling their hearts with dread. Mothers would tell tales of the creature who sucked the blood of the living and feasted on the flesh of the unsuspecting. The Aswang was a sinister reminder of what could happen when one strayed too far from the light or dared to defy the norms of society. In the dim light of the village, children would gather around the flickering flames of a fire, eyes wide as elders recounted the stories of those who had been accused of witchcraft. It was a tragic tapestry, stitched with fear and regret. Women, driven by desperation, sometimes resorted to forbidden practices, and the lines between healer and witch blurred with every passing tale. A woman with an unshakable grace might be accused of casting spells merely because of her independence, her defiance of the roles assigned to her by a patriarchal society. The fear spread like wildfire, consuming the innocent along with the guilty. Accusations flew, fueled by jealousy, betrayal, and the desperate need to find someone to blame. Villages turned against one another, and the fires of persecution burned brightly. The Spanish Inquisition cast a long shadow over the islands, and those who were once revered became the hunted. The Babaylan, once the keeper of wisdom, was now a figure of horror in the collective consciousness of the people. And yet, even amidst the fear, a flicker of resistance endured. The essence of the Babaylan lived on in secret gatherings, where women gathered under the cloak of night, sharing whispers of magic and healing. They exchanged remedies, united by a bond that transcended the fear that tried to silence them. The very act of gathering became a rebellion against a world that sought to erase their power. As the moon waxed and waned, so too did the stories, each version slightly different, each telling infused with the emotions of those who shared them. The tales of witchcraft morphed into something both revered and reviled, a duality that spoke of the human experience. It was within this delicate balance of fear and reverence that the origins of witchcraft in Filipino folklore took shape. In the lingering shadows of a village where the past wove seamlessly into the present, the air crackled with tension. The flicker of candlelight illuminated faces marked by anticipation and dread. The stories were not mere tales. They were echoes of lives lived, of struggles endured, and of a culture that refused to be silenced. Each whisper of witchcraft carried with it the weight of history, the pain of persecution, and the spirit of resilience that refused to fade. These stories, rich with emotion and steeped in darkness, beckoned the listener closer, weaving an unbreakable bond between the teller and the tale. The night was alive with the promise of the unknown, and every heartbeat felt like a drum echoing the tales of old. As the candle flickered one last time, the shadows seemed to lean in, waiting, watching, hungry for the next chapter of this age-old saga. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the lush green rice paddies of ancient Filipinas. As the golden light faded, the air thickened with whispers. It was the time when the spirit world danced along the edges of reality, when the Anito and Diwata came alive in the hearts and stories of the people. People spoke of those who had passed, but they also spoke of the unseen guardians, protectors, and mystical beings that filled their lives with purpose and meaning. Anito, the ancestral spirits, were not just figures of the past. They were the lifeblood of Filipino culture, offering guidance and protection to families through rituals and prayers. Families would gather around a small altar adorned with offerings of rice, fruits, and flowers, their hands trembling with reverence. They knew that with every flicker of the candle's flame, they were igniting a connection to the past, to those who once walked among them. A beloved grandfather's spirit might linger in the gentle rustling of leaves or the soft caress of the evening breeze, reminding the living of their roots, their identity. In the dim light of the evening, a woman named Luningning stood before her altar, her heart heavy with grief. Her child had fallen ill, and desperation clung to her like a shadow. She whispered her prayers, calling upon the Anito of her ancestors, hoping to draw strength from their wisdom. With each word, she felt the warmth of their presence, as if they were wrapping their ethereal arms around her, urging her to persevere. The flickering candle flames danced playfully, casting shadows that seemed to nod and sway, affirming her hope that her plea would be heard. Across the village, amidst the towering trees, lay the sacred realm of the Diwata. These were the nature spirits, the guardians of the mountains, rivers, and forests, full of life and mystery. They were both enchanting and frightening, embodying the beauty and ferocity of nature itself. The villagers shared stories of the Diwata with wide eyes, recounting how they could bring fortune or misfortune depending on how they were treated. A gentle rustle from the leaves might signify a Diwata's approval, while a sudden storm could be seen as a sign of their displeasure. One evening, as the moonlight spilled like silver across the land, a group of children ventured into the woods where the Diwata were said to reside. They giggled, their laughter echoing through the tall trees, unaware of the spirits watching them from the shadows. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, rustling the branches ominously. The children froze, their laughter fading into silence. They felt a chill run down their spines as a soft, melodic voice floated through the air, calling them closer. It was a Diwata, shimmering like the stars above, inviting them to witness the magic of nature. Entranced, the children moved toward the voice, their hearts pounding with a mix of fear and wonder. The Diwata spun around them, revealing the beauty of her realm. Flowers blooming in colors they had never seen, trees that whispered secrets, and streams that sparkled like diamonds. It was a breathtaking sight, a reminder of the harmony between nature and the spirit world. But as the Diwata beckoned them closer, a warning sparkled in her eyes. The balance must be maintained, respect must be shown. For every gift of beauty, there was a duty to honor. As dawn broke, the children rushed home, hearts racing with the thrill of their adventure. The stories they would tell around the fire would weave a tapestry of wonder, binding their community tighter in shared belief. It was these moments, filled with awe and reverence, that laid the foundation for Filipino spirituality, where the spiritual and physical worlds met in a sacred dance. In another part of the village, an elder named Mang Juan sat beneath a giant mango tree, his face weathered by time but his eyes bright with wisdom. He was the village's Babay Lan, a healer and spiritual leader, revered for his connection to the Anito and Diwata. With a gentle voice, he told tales that wrapped the listeners in a warm embrace, and in those stories, they found lessons on love, respect, and the interconnectedness of all living things. In one poignant story, he spoke of a time when the Diwata grew angry at the villagers for taking more from the land than they needed. Crops withered, rivers ran dry, and the people suffered. It was only when they gathered in humility, offering apologies and promises to care for the earth, that the Diwata's favor returned. In his telling, Mangkukulam reminded them that the spirits were not just to be feared, but respected, loved even. They were family, and like all families, they needed to be nurtured. As the villagers listened, they felt a pull in their hearts, a longing to reconnect with the Anito and Diwata. They could almost see the shimmering figures of their ancestors and the ethereal forms of the spirits in their mind's eye. Each story was a thread, weaving them into a larger narrative of existence, binding them to their culture, their land, and each other. And so, the sun set on another day, the spirits of the Anito and Diwata lingering just beyond the veil of the everyday. The night was alive with possibilities. Dreams folded into the starry sky, promises of blessings whispered in the cool night air. Respect and love entwined with hope. They held tightly to the stories that defined them, for in those stories lay the very essence of who they were. As the villagers settled into their homes, the air thickened again, the spirits of the past and the guardians of nature watching over them. They were never truly alone. The Anito and Diwata were always present, guiding their steps, whispering in their ears, and reminding them of the delicate balance that must be maintained between the seen and unseen. The connection was palpable, a heartbeat that resonated through every moment of their lives. But would they heed the call? Would they honor the spirits that had shaped their lives and the land? The question lingered, heavy with expectation, as night cloaked the village in mystery. The stories were not just tales of old. They were living truths, waiting to be embraced once more. And as the stars twinkled brightly above, the spirits eagerly awaited the next chapter in this sacred relationship, a dance between the human and the divine, poised to unfold with every heartbeat. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an eerie glow over the quiet village, whispers curled through the cobblestone streets like tendrils of smoke. Children huddled close to their mothers, eyes wide and fearful, while men gathered in the tavern, their voices low and filled with the weight of unspoken dread. In this place, the very air seemed to hum with the electric tension of ancient beliefs and unyielding fear, leaving a chilling question hanging in the air. What truly defines witchcraft? Throughout history, witchcraft has been an ever-shifting tapestry, woven from threads of superstition, fear, and fervent belief. It exists in various forms and has been categorized in ways that both reveal and obscure the truth. There are the cunning folk, healers who knew the secrets of herbs and potions. Their hands, stained with the colors of crushed flowers and roots, worked miracles for the sick, but their wisdom could just as easily ignite the flames of suspicion. A lone woman, eyes full of knowledge and defiance, might be seen as a healer by some, while to others, she would be a witch, an enemy of the state, a harbinger of darkness. In stark contrast were the practitioners of black magic, those who dabbled in the darker arts, forging pacts with forces best left undisturbed. Imagine the flickering candlelight dancing on a weathered grimoire, each page crackling with arcane knowledge. A name whispered in the dark, a figure emerging from the shadows, and the air thick with the scent of burning sage. The fear surrounding these practitioners was palpable. Their actions could bring calamity. Their spells could steal life or love, plunging communities into chaos. Crafting a distinction between benevolent and malevolent witchcraft is not as simple as it seems. Even the most innocent charms, meant to bring love or luck, could draw the ire of someone who felt threatened or wronged. The act of casting a spell, whether for healing or harm, could become a weapon in the hands of fearful villagers. The tales of the past echo with voices of accusation, where a single bad harvest or a sickly child could ignite a witch hunt, leading to trials that stained the pages of history with blood. The witch trials of the 16th and 17th centuries stand as haunting reminders of this intersection between belief and fear. Imagine a courtroom filled with the scent of sweat and desperation, the atmosphere thick with apprehension. Accused witches stood trembling, their fates sealed by the weight of ancient beliefs. The very concept of witchcraft morphed into something monstrous, a reflection of society's own fears and insecurities. Confessions were extracted under duress, and within those confessions lay a terrifying blend of fantasy and reality, each detail meticulously crafted to evoke horror. Among the most infamous of these trials was the Salem Witch Trials, where a village gripped by paranoia spiraled into chaos. Accusations flew like arrows, piercing the hearts of friends and neighbors. The categories of witchcraft, once perhaps benign or rooted in tradition, became weapons in a battle where reason was cast aside. The stories told of witches flying under the moonlight, gathering in sinister covens, painted a vivid picture that thrilled and terrified, igniting imaginations while sealing fates. The lines between reality and delusion blurred, leaving behind echoes of sorrow and regret that still linger in the air today. Witchcraft also exists within the framework of folklore, where stories passed down through generations carry a weight of truth and embellishment. The old tales, rich with symbols and archetypes, capture the imagination with their blend of the mystical and the mundane. From the wise woman on the edge of the forest, dispensing remedies and advice, to the dark figure lurking beneath the bridge, their roles in the community shifted and morphed, reflecting the fears and hopes of those around them. As one immerses in the annals of history, it becomes evident that witchcraft isn't merely an act or a label. It transcends the boundaries of time and culture. In ancient cultures, witchcraft was often tied to the natural world, a sacred connection with the elements that provided sustenance and life. From the shamanic traditions of indigenous peoples to the earth-centered practices of paganism, the concept of witchcraft encompassed a range of spiritual beliefs that harmonized with the rhythms of nature. Yet, as societies evolved, this connection fractured. The rise of organized religion often cast witchcraft as a malevolent force, a direct threat to the moral fabric of society. The fear of the unknown, the fear of women who dared to wield power, coalesced into a potent narrative that plagued countless souls. Each witch trial, each accusation, became a reflection of societal anxieties, leaving scars that would not easily fade. The very essence of witchcraft is tangled in the fabric of humanity's deepest fears: the fear of the other, the fear of losing control, the fear of the unknown. Those who dared to tread the line between the sacred and the profane found themselves in a perilous position, often vilified or celebrated depending on the tides of perception. As one gazes into the depths of these historical accounts, the enormity of the struggle becomes apparent. The stark reality that those accused of witchcraft were not just victims of a singular event, but rather participants in a grander narrative woven through time, a narrative of power, fear, and the quest for understanding. With each passing moment, the tension thickens. The stories of witches, both feared and revered, beckon to be told. What lies ahead in the tapestry of witchcraft? What shadows conceal secrets waiting to be uncovered? The villagers, clutching their children, whisper in the dark, and the atmosphere crackles with anticipation, a reminder that the lines between good and evil remain blurred, forever entwined in the dance of history. The night was thick with silence, broken only by the soft rustling of palm leaves in the gentle breeze. In a small, remote village in the Philippines, the moon hung low, casting eerie shadows that danced across the dirt paths. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and something more sinister, a chill that crept under the skin, a warning that something was amiss. Villagers whispered about the Aswang, that most notorious figure in their folklore, a witch whose name sent shivers down their spines. The Aswang was not just a creature of the night. She was the embodiment of fear. She could look like anyone: a kind neighbor, an elderly woman with a warm smile, or even a beautiful maiden. But as night fell, the truth would unveil itself, and the darkness would reveal her true form, a grotesque figure hungering for the flesh of the living. The tales told of her long, sharp teeth, her glistening eyes that glowed in the moonlight, and her ability to transform into a fearsome dog or a swift bird. She was both predator and prey, a spirit of duality that haunted the minds of everyone in the village. In the dim light of a flickering oil lamp, old Mang Huan recounted stories that made the children shiver in their seats. The Aswang does not simply hunt for blood, she devours the soul, he warned. She seeks the innocent, the unwary. Do not let her lull you into a false sense of safety with her charm. When she comes for you. His voice trembled as if the very mention of her name could summon her from the shadows. As the clock struck midnight, Rosa, a plucky girl of 12, dared to venture out into the moonlit night. She had heard the stories, of course, but her youthful bravado made her feel invincible. "If the Aswang is real," she declared to her friends, "then I will find her." Her friends, wide-eyed and trembling, clutched each other while Rosa strode defiantly toward the edge of the village, a place marked by whispers and warnings. As she walked, the chill intensified, and an unnatural stillness settled over the land. Rosa paused, feeling the weight of the dark sky above her. The stars twinkled, distant and indifferent, as if they too feared to take notice of what lurked below. And there, in the shadows, something stirred. A low growl echoed, vibrating through the stillness, sending shivers racing down her spine. She turned to run, but the night seemed to close in around her, thick and suffocating. The stories began to replay in her mind, what the villagers had said about the Aswang, the way she could mimic human voices to lure her victims. "Help!" a voice called out, soft and sweet, echoing from the depths of the darkness. "Rosa, help me!" Her heart raced as panic surged through her veins. Was it a trap? Was she hearing the Aswang's deceitful call? Or was someone truly in distress? Torn between fear and curiosity, she hesitated, and with each passing second, the air grew colder. She steeled herself and took a step forward, drawn by the strange pull of the voice. But as she did, the shadows shifted, and she felt something lurking just beyond her vision. In the farthest corners of the village, mothers clutched their children tightly, whispering prayers against the night. They knew the Aswang fed on fear as much as flesh. They lit candles and hung garlic on their doors, hoping to ward off the witch's malevolent gaze. But deep in the woods, where the trees twisted like gnarled hands, the Aswang sat in wait, her hunger palpable, eyes glinting like knives. Each story whispered in the village only made her stronger, feeding her power, her insatiable need for flesh that pulsed with life. "She is among us," a voice warned from the shadows. "She walks the streets in disguise, smiling, waiting for the moment to strike." The villagers nodded gravely, their faces drawn and pale. They had lost friends, family, people who had vanished into the night, never to return. The Aswang was a predator, and they were the prey, caught in a web of fear and superstition. Back at the edge of the village, Rosa felt a rush of adrenaline as she moved toward the voice, her heart pounding. "Who are you?" she called, her voice wavering. "Where are you?" The night answered with an ominous silence, and then a shadow flitted past her, a figure slipping between the trees like smoke. It was there and then gone, leaving nothing but a whisper of dread in its wake. Her pulse quickened, the thrill of fear mingling with the intoxicating rush of the unknown. Suddenly, a cold laugh echoed through the air, reverberating off the trees and chilling her to the bone. "You seek me, little one?" It was a voice that danced between sweet and sinister, wrapping around her like a serpent. Rosa froze, every instinct screaming at her to run, but she couldn't move. "I've been waiting for someone brave enough to find me." The Aswang emerged from the shadows, her form shifting, half woman, half beast. The moonlight glinted off her sharp teeth, and her eyes sparkled with malice. In that moment, fear gripped Rosa's heart, and she understood the tales were true. The stories of the Aswang were not merely folklore, they were warnings, steeped in the blood of the past. Rosa turned to flee, but the world began to twist around her. The stars dimmed, the trees loomed larger, and the path she once knew became an unrecognizable maze. She could hear the Aswang's laughter behind her, a haunting melody that danced in the air, tugging at her very soul. The village lights flickered far away, a beacon of safety that felt ever more unattainable. As the chilling realization settled heavy in her chest, she was thrust into a dance of life and death, the fabric of her existence teetering on the edge of darkness. The Aswang was not just a story. She was a shadow that loomed over the land, a reminder that in every corner of the night, fear had its own form. And tonight, it was hungry. The hunt was on, and the Aswang was not just chasing a girl. She was hunting for something deeper, something dark and eternal that lay within every heart, waiting for a chance to break free. And as Rosa ran, her breath coming in ragged gasps, she understood that the night had not just come alive. It had come to claim her. The villagers huddled together, unaware that their greatest fear was now stalking the very heart of their world. The Aswang had awakened, and the echoes of her laughter would resonate long into the night. Intertwining with the pulse of the living, an eternal reminder of what lurked just beyond the light. The night air was thick with unease as the moon hung low, casting ghostly shadows across the quiet village. A chilling whisper danced through the trees, carrying tales of a creature that soared above the rooftops, haunting the dreams of those who dared to imagine what lurked in the dark. She was known as the Manananggal, a name that sent shivers down the spines of villagers, echoing like a haunting melody through the whispers of the night. In the stillness, the wind rustled the leaves, almost as if warning the villagers to stay indoors until dawn. But legends have a way of creeping into the corners of our minds, planting seeds of fear that blossom into nightmares. With each passing night, the stories grew bolder, fueled by the flickering lanterns that illuminated the streets. "She flies on bat-like wings," they said, seeking the blood of the innocent. But how could such a creature exist? Yet the legend persisted, alive and breathing in the hearts of the townsfolk. As the clock struck midnight, a hush fell over the village. Doors were locked tight, but beneath the surface lay a current of dread. The elders spoke of the Manananggal as if she were a familiar ghost, one who once walked among them. A beautiful woman cursed to wander the night. They spoke of her life, how she had once loved and lost, her heart torn asunder by betrayal. The weight of her sorrow transformed her into a creature of the night, her beauty twisted by the hunger that gnawed at her insides, a hunger only satisfied by the blood of the unsuspecting. One fateful evening, a young girl named Lila, curious and brave, decided to uncover the truth for herself. She had heard the whispers, how the Manananggal would separate her upper body from her lower, flying through the night, searching for victims in the darkness. "If I can find her," Lila thought, "I can prove she's just a myth." But as she stepped into the night, the air thickened, wrapping around her like a shroud, and the shadows seemed to stretch longer, reaching for her with ghostly fingers. Her heart pounded as she walked deeper into the woods, where the trees stood tall and foreboding, their branches like skeletal hands grasping at the sky. The stories of the Manananggal echoed in her mind, each one a note that struck a chord of fear within her soul. She paused, recalling the villagers' accounts of blood-stained roofs and the scent of decay that lingered long after she had fled. But Lila pressed on, her feet moving faster than her racing thoughts. Then, from above, a chilling sound pierced the stillness, a flapping of wings, like the rustle of 1,000 leaves caught in a storm. Lila froze, her breath caught in her throat. The stories had warned her of this moment, the moment when the Manananggal would swoop down, her eyes glinting with the hunger of the night. A flicker of movement caught her eye, and she turned to see a shadow descending from the sky, growing larger, more ominous. She stumbled back, the world around her fading away as the figure landed gracefully before her. The Manananggal stood tall, her upper body a vision of beauty, but her lower half twisted into a dark, inhuman shape. The moonlight glinted off her skin, illuminating features that were enchanting, yet terrifying. A reminder of the woman she once was. Lila's heart raced as she met the creature's piercing gaze, a gaze that held centuries of pain, loneliness, and unimaginable hunger. "Why do you come here, child?" The Manananggal's voice was smooth, yet it resonated with a chilling echo that made Lila's skin crawl. The girl couldn't find her voice, her body frozen in fear as she realized that the stories had not prepared her for this encounter. The Manananggal stepped closer, her wings unfurling behind her like a dark veil, casting a shadow over Lila that felt suffocating. I wanted to see if you were real," Lila finally managed to stammer, her voice trembling. "I thought you were just a story." The Manananggal laughed softly, a sound that sent a shiver through Lila's bones. "Stories often hold a kernel of truth, dear child. Would you like to know mine?" The creature's gaze softened momentarily, revealing a flicker of the soul trapped within. The hunger was still there, simmering beneath the surface, but alongside it was a deep, haunting sorrow. "I was once loved, just like you," the Manananggal said, her voice dropping to a whisper as the wind carried her words away. "But betrayal turned my heart to stone, and in my grief, I became this." She gestured to her grotesque form, a mixture of beauty and horror. "Love can twist into something dark, and I am a reflection of that darkness." Lila listened, caught between fear and empathy. The stories had painted the Manananggal as a monster, but now, standing before her, she seemed more like a tragic figure, a woman broken by life's cruel hands. The tension in the air thickened, the night closing in around them as Lila felt the weight of the creature's sorrow press against her chest. "Help me," the Manananggal urged, her voice low and desperate. "Help me find peace." The words hung in the air, powerful and raw, and Lila felt her heart ache for the creature before her. But before she could respond, the sound of footsteps shattered the stillness. The villagers, armed with torches and fear, appeared at the edge of the woods, their shouts echoing through the night. "The Manananggal! She's here!" they cried, their voices a blend of terror and determination. The Manananggal's eyes widened, fear flickering across her face. "They will not understand," she cried, her wings rustling with agitation. "You must go, child. I cannot allow them to take me." Lila's heart raced as she looked from the creature to the approaching villagers. The air crackled with tension, the stories of blood and betrayal colliding with the reality of the moment. "I can help you," she pleaded, but the Manananggal shook her head, her lower half beginning to shift, preparing for flight. "Run!" she urged, desperation lacing her voice. "You must run before the darkness consumes us both." In the stillness of the forest, where shadows twisted like whispers and the trees loomed tall as ancient sentinels, an unsettling presence lingered. A rustle in the underbrush sent shivers racing down the spines of unsuspecting wanderers. The wind carried with it tales that twisted through the air like smoke, stories of a creature that danced just beyond the edge of reality. The Tikbalang, a being of mischief and mystery, was known to haunt these very woods. With the head of a horse and the body of a man, it was a figure both grotesque and fascinating, capable of turning a simple path into a maze of confusion. Long ago, in the vibrant tapestry of Filipino folklore, the Tikbalang was more than just a creature. It was a trickster spirit, known for leading travelers astray, making them lose their way in a tangled web of laughter and fear. Elders would warn children to stay on the beaten path, lest they encounter this mischievous spirit. It was said that if one were to cross its path, it could twist their sense of direction, turning a straight road into a labyrinth of bewilderment. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the forest. A young woman named Lila, intrigued by the tales of the Tikbalang, ventured further than she ever had before. As the gloom thickened and the shadows lengthened, she felt the weight of unseen eyes upon her. The forest grew oddly silent, the chirping of crickets and the rustle of leaves fading into an uneasy hush. It was then she sensed something watching, something waiting just out of sight. Legends whispered that the Tikbalang had a penchant for beautiful women. It would appear before them in charming forms, only to reveal its true nature when they least expected it. Leela's heart raced as she recalled the stories her grandmother used to tell. Tales of women ensnared by the allure of the Tikbalang, only to find themselves entrapped in a dance with danger. Would she fall prey to its enchantment? Suddenly, a laughter echoed through the trees, a sound both light and sinister. Lila froze, the hairs on her arms prickling with fear. The laughter pulled her in, drawing her deeper into the forest. She dared to take a step forward, each footfall muffled by the ground blanketed in dried leaves. As she moved, shadows shifted, and a figure emerged, its tall silhouette framed against the dimming light. There it stood, half man, half horse, with eyes sparkling with mischief. The Tikbalang was a sight to behold, its long limbs bending unnaturally as it took a step closer. A grin spread across its equine face, revealing a mouth full of sharp, gleaming teeth. "Lost, are we?" it teased, its voice smooth and inviting, laced with an undercurrent of danger. Lila swallowed hard, her instincts screaming to flee, but curiosity kept her rooted in place. "I'm not lost," she managed to say, though doubt tinged her words. The Tikbalang tilted its head, amused, as if playing a game where it held all the cards. "Ah, but the forest has a way of playing tricks on the mind," it replied, circling around her with a graceful, almost hypnotic movement. "What if I could show you the way out, or perhaps the way deeper in?" The promise of adventure danced in its voice, yet Lila felt a chill that spoke of treachery. Stories told of the Tikbalang's witch-like qualities, how it could bend reality to its will. It was said that if one managed to outsmart the creature, they could earn its respect, and perhaps even a boon. But the price for such cleverness was steep, often leading to encounters that left hearts racing and minds in turmoil. Leela felt the weight of that legend pressing upon her, the temptation to engage in a battle of wits with this creature of the night. "What do you want?" she asked, her voice steady despite the fear gripping her heart. The Tikbalang paused, its smile transforming into something more sinister. "I want nothing, dear girl. I merely wish to play. But beware," it warned, leaning closer. "The forest is not kind to those who do not understand its ways." With a flick of its tail, it danced away, beckoning her to follow. Lila hesitated, a storm of emotions swirling within her. Was this a chance for glory, or a descent into madness? She could feel the allure of the Tikbalang's presence, the thrill of the chase igniting her spirit. With a deep breath, she took a step forward, a decision made in the heat of the moment. The forest shifted before her, branches bending and paths reshaping as she chased the elusive creature. Laughter echoed in the distance, taunting her, pushing her to run faster, to delve deeper into the heart of the unknown. Each step brought her closer to the edge of reality, where the line between truth and myth blurred tantalizingly. As twilight enveloped the woods, the air thickened with intrigue and danger. The Tikbalang led her on a winding journey, twisting and turning, until she could no longer tell where she had begun or how far she had strayed. The thrill of the chase pulsed through her veins, mingling with the terror that lurked just beneath the surface. Suddenly, the laughter stopped. Silence fell like a heavy cloak, wrapping around her, pressing in from all sides. Leela's heart pounded in her chest and she felt the weight of the Tikbalang's gaze upon her once more. "You've come far," it said, its tone shifting, now serious. "But remember, every game has its rules." The air crackled with tension as Lila stood alone in that shadowy glade, the Tikbalang weaving around her like a phantom, its intentions hidden beneath layers of mischief and dread. What would it demand in return for her freedom? What price would she pay for this encounter, one that could lead her to glory or doom? The forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting, watching, ready to unfold the next chapter of this fateful game. The echoes of the night wrapped around her as the Tikbalang prepared to reveal its true power, and with it, the darkness lurking just beyond the edge of light. The flickering flames of the bonfire painted the night with hues of orange and gold, casting shadows that danced like spirits among the gathered villagers. The air hummed with anticipation, thick with the scent of herbs and incense as the crowd fell silent. Tonight they had come to witness something extraordinary, a glimpse into a world where the line between the earthly and the divine blurred. At the center of it all stood the Babaylan, a female shaman, draped in vibrant garments adorned with symbols of nature and the cosmos. Her eyes reflected the firelight, revealing a depth of wisdom and power that seemed to resonate with the very heartbeat of the earth. The Babaylan was no ordinary woman. She was a healer, a seer, and a guide, revered by her people as a bridge between realms. The villagers clung to her every word, their hearts pounding in unison as she began to chant, her voice rising and falling like the waves of the sea. Long ago, before the arrival of foreign conquerors, the Babaylan held a sacred place in society. They were the keepers of knowledge, protectors of traditions, and defenders of the spirit world. Women predominantly filled these roles, wielding powers that many feared and others revered. The Babaylan was believed to communicate with the ancestors, drawing upon their wisdom to heal the sick and to provide guidance during times of uncertainty. They would gather herbs from the lush forests, knowing instinctively which plant could mend a broken body or soothe a troubled mind. As the Babaylan danced under the moonlight, her movements were fluid, almost ethereal. The village was entranced, eyes wide with wonder as she twirled, her feet barely touching the ground. Each step seemed to call forth spirits from the shadows, drawing energy from the earth beneath her. She raised her arms towards the sky, invoking the spirits of nature, the wind, the water, the trees. In that moment, she was not merely a woman, she was a vessel of the divine, a fierce protector of her people. Yet, as the flames crackled and the drums beat a rhythmic pulse, a shadow loomed over this sacred gathering. The Babaylan, with her extraordinary gifts, was also a target. The rise of colonial powers threatened to extinguish not only her light but the very essence of her people. The arrival of foreign priests, armed with their cross and their edicts of what was right and wrong, sought to suppress the ancient practices that had long been the heartbeat of the Filipino spirit. They labeled the Babaylan as witches, dangerous and deceitful, attempting to erase centuries of tradition. The villagers watched with bated breath, torn between the fear instilled in them by the colonizers and their unwavering love for the Babaylan. They remembered the time when she had healed their ailing loved ones, her hands glowing with an otherworldly light as she chanted ancient incantations. The fear that gripped their hearts was palpable, but so was their reverence for her power. With each beat of the drum, the tension escalated. The Babaylan sensed the fear, felt it in the trembling of the earth beneath her feet. She paused, her voice cutting through the silence like a knife. "Do not fear me," she implored, her words wrapping around the villagers like a warm embrace. "I am one with you. Together, we hold the power to resist." Each syllable resonated with a strength that seemed to awaken something deep within the crowd, a spirit of defiance, a flicker of hope. But as the night wore on, the flickering flames began to dim, casting a shadow over the fragile bond between the Babaylan and her people. Whispers of betrayal floated in the air, sowing seeds of doubt. Some were tempted by the promises of power and wealth offered by the conquerors. Would they turn against their own protector? Would they forsake the very traditions that had nurtured them for generations? The Babaylan felt the weight of their uncertainty but stood firm, channeling the strength of her ancestors. She called upon the spirits of the earth, the waters, and the air, her voice rising with the energy that surrounded them. "We are not alone," she shouted, her words igniting a spark in the hearts of the villagers. "Together, we can rise against the darkness. Together, we can keep our stories alive." As the fire blazed higher, flickering in defiance of the encroaching night, the villagers began to chant with her, their voices melding into a powerful chorus. The tension in the air transformed into an electric energy, wrapping around them like a cloak of protection. The Babaylan smiled, knowing that the strength of the community was as much a part of her power as the spirits she summoned. But outside the circle of light, the shadows grew longer. The whispers of betrayal turned into cold winds, stirring doubt among the villagers. Some turned away from the fire, tempted by the allure of a different faith, a different power. The Babaylan felt the shift, the crack in the unity she had fought so hard to maintain. Panic surged through her, but she pushed it aside, focusing instead on the dance of the flames and the song of her people. And so the night continued, an intricate tapestry of celebration and fear, hope and doubt, as the Babaylan led her people in a battle against the darkness that threatened to envelop them. Each chant, each movement, was a testament to their resilience, a reminder of the strength that lay in their unity. But as the first light of dawn crept into the sky, a new threat loomed on the horizon, whispering promises of power that could tear their sacred bond apart. The Babaylan's heart raced, the fire's glow illuminating the path ahead. She knew that the battle was far from over. The spirits of her ancestors watched over them, urging her to stand tall, to fight for the truth of her people. With every beat of her heart, she embraced the weight of her role, ready to face whatever came next. For she was not just a shaman. She was a beacon of hope in a world teetering on the brink of darkness. The struggle for their souls was just beginning. In a small village nestled between thick, mysterious forests and rolling hills, the air hung heavy with whispers. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows that danced like phantoms. On nights like these, the villagers knew to stay indoors, doors bolted, windows shuttered. For when darkness fell, the Mangkukulam awoke, a name spoken only in hushed tones, a figure cloaked in the kind of mystery that sends shivers down the spine. The Mangkukulam, a spellcaster feared and revered, wielded dark arts that could bend the very fabric of reality. Villagers believed she could summon storms with a flick of her wrist, twist fates with a mere whisper. Some claimed she once turned a healthy cow dry, while others swore she could call upon the spirits of the dead to do her bidding. Her powers were a blend of ancient rituals passed down through generations, secrets hidden in the corners of history. As the sun set, the villagers gathered, hearts racing, recounting stories of the last time the Mangkukulam had cast her spell. Old Thomas, with his weathered hands and tired eyes, recalled how the ground trembled when she performed her rites, a haunting melody echoing through the night, followed by the chilling sound of wind whistling through the trees. "It's not just magic, it's a curse," he said, voice trembling. "Those who seek her favor often find themselves entangled in webs they can't escape." The air crackled with fear and anticipation, a vivid reminder that the Mangkukulam's presence loomed just beyond their everyday lives. She dwelled in a crumbling hut at the forest's edge, decorated with odd trinkets, a dried black cat hanging upside down, jars filled with strange herbs, and bones strung together like grotesque ornaments. The villagers dared not approach. Legends told of those who ventured too close only to disappear without a trace or return, forever changed. Eyes hollow, voices lost. Because there were those who sought her out, desperate to gain what they thought was power. Young men and women, hearts filled with ambition, believed they could control her magic. But magic is a fickle friend, and the Mangkukulam had a way of revealing the true nature of one's heart. The moment they stepped over her threshold, she would examine them with piercing eyes that seemed to see into their very souls. It was rumored she could read their desires, their fears, and all the darkness they had buried deep within. As one fog-laden night drew near, a figure approached her door, a young woman named Lila, trembling yet resolute. Her family had fallen to misfortune, and she believed the Mangkukulam held the key to her salvation. The villagers had warned her, but desperation clouded her judgment. Lila's heart raced as she knocked, the sound echoing in the eerie silence, a cry for help that pierced through the shadows. The door creaked open, revealing the Mangkukulam, her hair wild like a storm and eyes glinting like dark jewels. "What do you seek?" she asked, her voice a melody woven with power and menace. Lila, caught between fear and longing, spilled her heart, the wish to save her family, to reclaim the life they had lost. The Mangkukulam listened, nodding slowly, an inscrutable smile playing on her lips. "Every gift comes with a price," she warned, and Lila felt a chill run down her spine. The spellcaster reached for an ancient tome. Its pages yellowed with age. She began to chant in a language that twisted and turned like the very shadows around them. The air thickened with magic, palpable and electric. Lila's heart pounded, each beat echoing the pulse of fate as she stood at the precipice of a choice that could change everything. As the Mangkukulam wove her spell, the earth beneath them groaned, shadows creeping closer, as if drawn by the power emanating from the hut. The wind howled outside, rattling the walls, and Lila felt the weight of unseen eyes watching. She could feel the darkness curling around her, tempting her, whispering promises of power and control. The Mangkukulam raised her hands, and the very air twisted, thickening with intent. "Will you pay the price?" the Mangkukulam asked, eyes gleaming with the weight of centuries. Lila hesitated, the weight of her desires battling against the instinctual dread that clawed at her insides. The price could be her very soul, or perhaps something even worse. But desperation is a powerful force, and the spellcaster knew it well. She leaned closer, her breath a chilling whisper. "Will you sacrifice what you hold dear?" That question hung in the air like a guillotine, sharp and unyielding. Lila's mind raced. She thought of her family, of the laughter that once filled their home, and of the darkness that had seeped into their lives. Would she risk it all? The Mangkukulam watched, a knowing smile lingering as if she could taste Lila's fear, her ambition. Outside, the villagers huddled together, fear-stricken, unsure of what was happening. They had seen Lila go, a flicker of hope against the encroaching darkness. But as the minutes passed with no sign of her return, a heavy silence settled over the village, thick with unease. They shared worried glances, recalling the tales of those who had ventured too close to the Mangkukulam's lair and vanished, swallowed whole by the shadows. In the hut, Lila felt the suffocating grip of magic tightening around her heart. The Mangkukulam's voice, low and compelling, echoed in her ears. "You cannot turn back now. Choose." The room spun, reality blurring as visions of power and despair collided in her mind. The walls seemed to pulse, alive with energy, and she realized she had stepped far beyond the point of no return. With a final breath, Lila made her choice, unaware of the consequences that loomed like dark clouds on the horizon. The Mangkukulam nodded, and as the chant swelled, the room filled with a blinding light, a portal of possibilities opening wide. Outside, the villagers shivered, a gust of wind sweeping through the trees, carrying with it the faintest echo of the spellcaster's laughter, a sound that sent goosebumps racing along their skin. The chill of the evening air wrapped around the village like a haunting whisper as the last rays of the sun dipped below the horizon. Children laughed and played, their voices mingling with the rustling leaves. Yet beneath this playful facade, an ancient tension lingered. The elders knew, as did all who had grown up in the shadow of the hills, that the Nuno Sapunso, the spirit dwelling in the mounds of earth, was not to be trifled with. Stories of his wrath echoed through the village, warning of the dangers that awaited those foolish enough to disturb his sacred ground. One evening, a group of young men, emboldened by the bravado of youth and the intoxicating scent of bravado, approached the mounds that loomed like silent sentinels in the twilight. They dared each other to step closer, a foolish game that would soon reveal the thin veil between the mundane and the supernatural. As they climbed the gentle slope, the air grew heavier, thick with an unspoken tension. The villagers often spoke of a soft hum that could be heard near the mounds, a sound that signaled the presence of the Nuno. But the boys, laughing and jeering, dismissed these warnings, believing they were invincible, untouched by the myths that had haunted their ancestors. Suddenly, a shiver coursed through the ground beneath them, as if the spirit was awakening from a deep slumber. The laughter died, and the boys exchanged uneasy glances. They felt it then. The air crackled with an energy that buzzed in their bones. Gnarled roots snaked through the earth, twisting and writhing as if alive. The youngest of the group, his heart pounding, looked back at the village, half tempted to run, but pride held him rooted in place. "Come on! It's just a legend," one of the older boys shouted, but his voice wavered. The bravado was slipping, replaced by an awareness of the danger that lurked just beneath the surface. As if on cue, a cold wind swept through the mounds, carrying with it a whisper that only the earth could understand. It brushed against their skin, chilling them to the bone. And the forest around them fell eerily silent. It was as though the world had paused, holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable. Then came a sound, a soft thud like a heartbeat, echoing from deep within the hills. Fear coiled in their stomachs as they turned their heads in unison toward the source. From the earth, a figure began to emerge, silhouetted against the fading light. The boys stumbled backward, eyes wide as they recognized the shape materializing before them. The Nuno Sapunso, cloaked in shadows with eyes that glowed like embers, had come to defend his sacred ground. Legends spoke of the Nuno as a guardian of the earth, a protector of nature's balance. But anger him, and one would witness his terrible power. The boys had crossed a line, trespassed where they were forbidden, and the price for their folly was about to unfold. The air thickened, filled with a palpable sense of dread. A low, rumbling voice echoed from the earth itself. "You dare disturb my slumber?" Panic set in, the kind that freezes the heart and quickens the breath. They turned to run, but the ground shifted beneath their feet, roots tangling around their ankles like the fingers of a ghost intent on claiming them. The Nuno's presence was overwhelming, a force of nature that demanded respect. As the earth quaked, the boys realized their laughter had turned to terror, and their bravado had dissolved into desperation. One boy, the youngest, felt a surge of guilt. His heart ached for the old stories, the warnings he had brushed aside. The tales of lost souls and retribution haunted him. In that moment he understood the weight of their actions. He fell to his knees, tears brimming in his eyes. "Please, we didn't mean to," he cried, his voice trembling. "We're sorry." The Nuno's eyes narrowed, the blaze within them flickering. The earth trembled in response, and the boys could feel the anger radiating from him, a dark force that could swallow them whole. But deep within that fury was a glimmer of recognition. The spirit searching for sincerity amidst their fear. Silence hung heavy, broken only by the distant rustle of leaves, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. "Apologies are meaningless without understanding," the Nuno spoke, his voice like gravel, rough yet strangely melodic. "You come here, taking without asking, forgetting the bond between man and nature." The spirit's form shimmered, and for a fleeting moment, the boys glimpsed the countless souls of those who had tread upon this sacred ground. their faces a tapestry of regrets and lost dreams. The youngest boy looked up, his eyes wide with realization. "What can we do?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "We'll honor the earth. We'll protect it." As the words left his lips, the Nuno's expression softened, and the earth trembled less violently. "Speak truth and respect the soil, and perhaps I shall spare you," he warned. "But should you forget, should you take what is not yours," he paused, letting the weight of his words sink in, "the earth will rise against you." With that, the ground released its hold and the boys scrambled away, hearts pounding, a mixture of relief and terror washing over them. As they fled, they felt a change in the air, a pact formed, a fragile balance restored. They had angered the Nuno, but they had also discovered the power of the earth, a connection that ran deeper than blood. Back in the village, the boys recounted their tale, their voices trembling as they spoke of the Nuno Sapunso. The elders listened, knowing the truth of their story, the weight of the lesson learned. And as the sun rose the next morning, the villagers gathered, eyes wide with wonder, knowing the Nuno's spirit was alive and well, and that the dangers of disrespecting the earth were more real than they could ever imagine. But deep within the hills, the Nuno watched, his gaze piercing through the layers of time and earth. He knew the tales would fade, that the folly of humans would return like a tide, and he would have to remind them once again of the delicate balance that tied their fates to the soil. The earth sighed, a warning carried on the wind, and the cycle of respect and retribution continued, eternally linked to the hearts of those who dared to tread upon the sacred ground. The wind howled through the trees, a haunting melody that sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to listen. The moon hung high in the sky, a silver coin amidst a sea of darkness, illuminating the paths once trodden by spirits of the past. In the dim light, shadows danced along the edges of the village, whispering tales of the multo, ghosts that lingered like fog over forgotten graves. They were not just echoes of the deceased. They were threads woven into the fabric of witchcraft, a connection so profound it pulsed with energy. Long ago, when the world was still filled with the mysteries of the unseen, the multo were feared and revered in equal measure. Villagers would sometimes speak of their encounters in hushed tones, recounting how the spirits appeared as fleeting figures, cloaked in the night, their faces pale and eyes hollow. Some claimed they could hear the distant weeping of those who had been wronged in life, their sorrow still binding them to the realm of the living. These tales were not mere folklore. They were warnings wrapped in the shrouds of reality. In the flickering light of the bonfire, a gathering of villagers huddled close, their faces illuminated with shadows. Old Tita Maria, with her gnarled hands and wise eyes, recounted the story of her grandmother, who had been a healer. She spoke of a time when the boundary between the living and the dead was thin, when spirits roamed freely, and witchcraft was seen as a tool for both healing and harm. Witchcraft, they believed, could summon the multo, seeking their guidance or retribution, depending on the intent of the practitioner. "Beware the witch who dances with the multo," Tita Maria warned, her voice a whisper that curled around the flames. "For she may call upon the spirits to aid her in her darkest hour." A chill swept through the crowd, as if the very air had thickened with the weight of her words. The villagers exchanged nervous glances, their hearts pounding as they recalled the tales of those who had crossed the spirits only to suffer grave consequences. The connection between the multo and witchcraft was not merely a matter of summoning ghosts. It was a dance of power and consequence. In the dim light of the village's past, witches wielded their craft with respect, knowing that every incantation could draw forth a spirit. They became the keepers of secrets, using the knowledge to heal the sick, to protect their families, but also to seek vengeance against those who had wronged them. The multo, with their ethereal forms, were the ultimate allies, or enemies. As the fire crackled, a sudden gust of wind swept through the clearing, extinguishing the flames for a heartbeat. Gasps echoed in the night, hearts racing as darkness enveloped them. In that moment of fear, shadows elongated and twisted, forming the shape of an anguished spirit, eyes filled with longing and torment. The villagers could feel the presence of the multo, their breath hitching in their throats. "Do not fear," Tita Maria shouted, her voice steady against the trembling air. "They come not to harm, but to remind us of the bonds we share." But even her words could not fully soothe the fear that gripped them, for the multo were not just remnants of the past. They were a reminder of the choices made, good and bad. In the deep woods surrounding the village, stories flowed like a river. Whispers of a witch named Isabella, whose beauty was said to rival that of the dawn, reached the ears of all who lived nearby. They spoke of her ability to speak to the multo, drawing from their wisdom to heal the sick and mend broken hearts. But there was darkness in her heart, a longing for power and revenge against those who had betrayed her. When betrayal finally came, it was swift. A rival witch, envious of Isabella's gifts, sought to condemn her. The flames of suspicion ignited, and soon the villagers turned against her. They branded her a witch, a harbinger of doom, and in their fear, they silenced her voice forever. But even in death, Isabella's spirit lingered, bound to the world of the living, seeking justice and connection with the multo. The night air grew thick with tension as the villagers recounted Isabella's tale. Her spirit was said to roam the woods, calling to the multo, seeking their aid in her quest for vengeance. Many claimed to see her ghostly figure gliding among the trees, her long hair flowing like mist, her eyes filled with sorrow. The multo, once her allies, became her companions in the afterlife, guiding her through the shadows of her unfulfilled desires. As the fire sputtered back to life, the villagers felt a chill run down their spines, a reminder that the multo were more than just stories. They were a complex tapestry of human emotion, woven with threads of love, betrayal, and revenge. Their connection to witchcraft was a bond forged in ancient sorrows, a warning to those who dared to tread the line between life and death. The wind picked up again, rustling the leaves like 1,000 whispers. Old Tita Maria's voice trembled as she spoke of a night when the multo gathered in the village square, their ethereal forms illuminated by the flickering lanterns. "They came to remind us of our past," she said, her eyes reflecting the firelight, "to show us that the spirit world is closer than we think. And when we ignore their calls, we risk unleashing their wrath." The villagers shivered, fear palpable in the air. Was it too late to heed the warnings? The connection between the living and the dead was as strong as ever, and in their hearts they knew that the multo were waiting for them to remember, to acknowledge their power and their pain. As the night deepened, the stories of the multo and their ties to witchcraft woven through the fabric of the village, the villagers leaned in closer, their breaths mingling with the cool night air. Each new tale, each whispered secret, pulled them deeper into the web of the unknown, drawing a fine line between the living and the spirits that wandered just beyond their reach. They were left with a singular thought. The multo were not merely ghosts. They were a reflection of their own fears, desires, and, ultimately, their fate. A thick mist clung to the forest floor, coiling around ancient trees like a whispered secret. In the shadows of the towering giants, something stirred. A low growl echoed, reverberating through the silence, sending a shiver down the spine of anyone who dared tread too close. The capre, a figure lingering at the edge of the imagination, was said to dwell among the branches, a creature as old as the land itself, both feared and revered by those who knew its name. With skin that gleamed like polished bark and eyes that glowed like the embers of a dying fire, the capre was no ordinary giant. Legends spoke of its towering presence, slouched comfortably among the roots of the bolete tree, its favorite haunt. Villagers would warn children to stay away from the forest at dusk, for the capre was known to be a guardian and a trickster, a creature whose mood could shift like the wind. Some claimed it protected the woods, watching over the animals that scampered below. Others whispered of its more mischievous side, the way it would lure the unwary with its inviting laughter, only to unleash its wrath if they dared to intrude. As night fell, the soft rustle of leaves painted a haunting melody, and the air turned electric. The stories of the Kapre were intertwined with history, a tapestry woven through generations. In times long past, it was said that the Kapre had walked among men, its towering form a protector of the weak, its laughter a balm for troubled souls. Yet, as humanity grew bolder, encroaching further into the Kapre's territory, legends morphed into warnings, tales of those who vanished without a trace, swallowed by the very shadows they dared to challenge. Beneath the moon's silvery gaze, the forest transformed. Glimmers of light flickered in the darkness, revealing the presence of the Kapre. It sat perched upon a branch, a giant silhouette against the canvas of night. Its eyes sparkled with mischief and knowledge, a keeper of the forest's deepest secrets. Those who stumbled upon its domain often found themselves ensnared by an overwhelming sense of wonder and fear. What did it want? What ancient truths lay locked behind that impenetrable gaze? In the distant village, stories of the Kapre ignited the imaginations of young and old alike. Some spoke of the creature's treasure, a glimmering hoard of gold and jewels hidden within the roots of the great tree. Others insisted it possessed the power to grant wishes, but at a price. The villagers would gather around flickering fires, sharing their tales with wide eyes, their voices hushed as they spoke of encounters with the giant. Each story added to the legend, layering myth upon myth, until the Kapre grew larger than life. One fateful night, a brave young man resolved to uncover the truth behind the Kapre. Armed with nothing but a flickering lantern and his unwavering courage, he stepped into the suffocating embrace of the forest. The air thickened with tension. Each rustle of leaves a heartbeat, each snap of a twig a warning. Shadows danced around him, and he could almost feel the Kapre's eyes on him, watching, waiting. The forest was alive, every sound a reminder of the enchanted being that roamed these woods. As he ventured deeper, a sense of dread washed over him. The stories hadn't prepared him for the sheer enormity of the Kapre's presence. Just as despair began to claw at his heart, he heard it, a deep, rumbling laughter that vibrated through the ground, sending tremors through his bones. He felt the air shift, and suddenly, there it was, emerging from the shadows. The Kapre stood before him, an awe-inspiring figure. Cloaked in the mist of the night, its gaze was piercing, a blend of curiosity and amusement. "Why do you intrude upon my domain?" The Kapre's voice boomed, echoing like thunder through the trees. The young man could only stammer, caught between fear and fascination. The Kapre leaned closer, and he felt the unmistakable scent of earth and leaves, a reminder of the forest's embrace. "Speak your truth, and I may grant you the honor of my company." Heart pounding, the young man found his voice. He spoke of his desire to understand the legends, to know if the Kapre truly was a protector or a malevolent spirit. The giant listened intently, its expression shifting from amusement to contemplation. Then, with a wave of its hand, the Kapre summoned wisps of light, illuminating a path deeper into the woods. "Come, then," it said, "and see what lies beneath the surface of your stories." As they walked together, the trees whispered secrets that had been kept for centuries. The Kapre spoke of its role as a guardian, the ancient pact made with the forest and its creatures. Each step revealed the delicate balance of life, the interplay of shadows and light, the beauty of coexistence. Yet there was a darkness in the Kapre's voice, a hint of sadness that lingered like an unfinished note. The young man could sense it, the weight of the stories that had twisted the Kapre's existence into something to be feared. But just as they began to forge a connection, the forest erupted with chaos. A group of hunters, emboldened by tales of treasure, stormed into the clearing, their weapons glinting in the moonlight. The Kapre's expression darkened. its giant form tense and ready to protect its home. The earth trembled as it towered over the intruders, an embodiment of nature's wrath. The hunters froze, fear washing over them as they realized they had awakened something far more powerful than they had imagined. "Leave this place," the copper thundered, its voice a storm, a command that shook the very roots of the forest. The hunters stumbled back, their bravado crumbling in the face of the mythical being before them. It was then that they understood. The Kapre was not just a legend, but a force to be reckoned with. A giant who embodied the spirit of the woods, the protector of all that was sacred. The young man watched, caught between awe and terror as the hunters turned and fled, swallowed by the darkness from which they came. The Kapre's gaze returned to him, its demeanor shifting from fierce to contemplative once more. "You see, young one, legends are but reflections of the truth. What you seek may not always be what you find." And in that moment, the weight of history pressed down upon him. A reminder that every story has layers, every truth has shadows. The Kapre was not merely a creature of myth, but a manifestation of nature's resilience, a guardian standing against the encroaching darkness of greed and ignorance. The young man realized that to understand the Kapre was to embrace the responsibility toward the world around him. As the moon cast silver beams through the leaves overhead, illuminating the path ahead, the night was far from over. There were more stories to unfold, more truths to uncover, and the dance between man and legend was only just beginning. The forest held its breath, waiting for the next chapter to be written in the saga of the Kapre, where every shadow concealed a secret, and every echo of laughter whispered untold tales. In the dim light of a flickering oil lamp, a figure hunched over a table strewn with leaves and roots, their fingers stained with the colors of nature's palette. The air was thick with the scent of crushed herbs, an intoxicating blend that seemed to weave a spell around anyone who ventured too close. This was the sacred space of the Albulario, a healer revered and feared in equal measure. Whispers of their powers danced through the village, igniting both hope and trepidation. The Albulario was not merely a healer. They were a bridge between the earthly and the spiritual, a conduit for the mysteries of life and death. From the earliest days, the Albulario held a place of honor in Filipino culture, a role steeped in both history and superstition. The rich tapestry of indigenous medicine weaved through the centuries, drawing from the wisdom of ancestors who looked to the land for answers. Long before modern medicine took root, these healers relied on the bountiful flora surrounding them. Each leaf, every root, was a key to unlocking the mysteries of the human body and spirit. It was said that the Albulario could hear the whispers of plants, could sense their power, and could harness it to heal the sick or ward off malevolent spirits. Yet not all who sought the Albulario came with pure intentions. Some arrived cloaked in desperation, while others bore the weight of skepticism. The stories spun around the Albulario often veered into the realm of the supernatural. A woman, weary from the trials of life, approached one evening, her heart heavy with grief. Her child lay ill, a shadow of his former self, and she was willing to offer anything for his recovery. In response, the Albulario, with their knowing gaze, mixed a potion of herbs and murmured ancient incantations, words that echoed like thunder in the silence of the night. On the other side of the village, a man, gripped with jealousy, sought to undo the happiness of a rival. He approached the Albulario, his eyes glinting with malice, desperate for a spell that would sow discord. The line between healer and witch blurred in this world of passion, fear, and desire, creating a tension that crackled in the air like static. The Albulario understood the duality of their craft. They wielded power like a double-edged sword, capable of saving or destroying. In the skilled hands of the Albulario, herbs transformed into medicine, but they could also become instruments of vengeance. As twilight descended, the moon cast an eerie glow over the village. It was during one of these nights that a gathering of the townspeople erupted into chaos. Word spread of an impending illness, a strange fever that rendered its victims delirious. Panic set in as families rushed to the albulario's humble abode, each desperate to hear the promises of healing. The albulario, surrounded by an anxious crowd, began to prepare their remedies with a calmness that belied the turmoil surrounding them. Their fingers danced over the herbs, pulling together a blend of ginger, turmeric, and leaves from the sacred guava tree, each chosen for its healing properties. But as they worked, a sinister figure lurked in the shadows, watching with narrowed eyes. This was a rival healer, a practitioner of darker arts, one who thrived on the suffering of others. They whispered curses into the night, a chilling reminder that the power of the albulario came at a cost. The villagers, oblivious to the brewing storm of rivalry, placed their faith in the albulario's hands, believing that love and tradition would shield them from malevolence. To the untrained eye, the albulario appeared to possess the gift of healing, a miraculous power to mend broken bodies and shattered souls. Yet, the truth lay buried beneath layers of spirituality and tradition. The albulario often came face to face with the shadows that lingered in the corners of their practice. They were healers, yes, but they were also seers, able to glimpse into the fabric of the universe and discern the threads of fate. This sight came at a price, a burden that weighed heavily on their hearts. One night, a young girl arrived, her spirit broken by loss. She sought solace in the albulario's remedies, hoping for a way to speak to the spirits of her ancestors. The albulario reached deep into their collection of herbs, summoning forth the essence of chamomile, its delicate flowers promising dreams and visions. With each brew, they whispered prayers and incantations, invoking the spirits that danced on the edges of existence. It was an intimate ritual, a sacred rite that forged a connection between the living and the dead, threading hope through the fabric of despair. But with every healing came the weight of uncertainty. The albulario knew that the power they wielded was as fragile as the leaves they cradled in their hands. They had witnessed miracles, yes, but also the heart-wrenching reality of failure. The fear of watching a beloved child slip away despite their best efforts haunted their dreams. Dark thoughts twisted in their mind. Was it a curse they carried? Was their gift truly a blessing, or did it bring harm as much as it brought healing? In a world where the sacred and the sinister danced in tandem, the albulario stood as a beacon of hope, yet a target of fear. They were the lifeline for many, yet they also held the power to stir the elements of jealousy and vengeance. With each passing day, the villagers grew more entwined in a web of devotion and suspicion. As the moon waxed and waned, so too did the trust placed in the albulario's hands. The tension in the air thickened, whispers of betrayal and envy swirling like the mists of dawn. The albulario continued their work, unaware of the storm brewing just beyond the horizon. The next chapter of their life awaited, a chapter filled with both extraordinary healing and harrowing challenges that would test their spirit and fortitude. The village was a cauldron of emotions, ready to boil over, and the albulario stood at the center, poised to navigate the tempest that was about to engulf them. As the first light of dawn broke, illuminating the path ahead, they knew that their journey was far from over. Under the flickering shadows of a moonlit night, a figure cloaked in dark fabric moved silently through the trees, her heart pounding in rhythm with the rustling leaves. She was known in her village as a healer, yet whispers of her true identity swirled around her like a tempest. Her hands, skilled in crafting potions from herbs and roots, also had the power to summon spirits. In the lore of Filipino witchcraft, she transcended mere healer. She was a babaylan, a woman whose very existence danced at the edge of fear and fascination. Throughout history, Filipino witchcraft has been fraught with the complexities of gender roles. Women, long relegated to the shadows, often found themselves harnessing powers that society both revered and feared. In a culture where femininity was often associated with nurturing and gentleness, the babaylan stood out. a woman who wielded both wisdom and mystique. Among the ancient Visayans, they were venerated as spiritual leaders, healers, and mediators between the seen and unseen worlds. Yet, with that reverence came the threat of persecution, for the very qualities that made them powerful also made them targets. Legends tell of the Bobalan invoking the spirits of ancestors, their chants echoing through the forests, mingling with the winds. In these moments, the air would thicken with tension as the villagers gathered with bated breath. Men and women alike would kneel in awe, witnessing the sacred dance of gender roles flipped on their heads. The Bobalan, usually adorned in flowing skirts and beads, commanded respect in a realm dominated by male warriors and leaders, using her connection to the spirit world to guide her people. But the power of the Bobalan was not without consequence. A man, too proud of his station and authority, once accused a respected healer of witchcraft after his crops failed. Fueled by fear and desperation, he rallied the village against her. The air crackled with tension as accusations flew, and the Bobalan, once a figure of reverence, stood at the precipice of ruin. The villagers, torn between their respect for her and the fear instilled by the man's wrath, felt a collective shiver. In their hearts, they questioned, could she truly be a witch, or was she merely a scapegoat for their own failures? In the shadows, women watched, their hearts heavy with the weight of their own unfulfilled potential. They saw how the Bobalan, despite her powers, could fall victim to the very society that had once embraced her. They knew the whispers of witchcraft were not just stories. They were warnings etched in the fabric of their lives. Each woman carried the threat of being labeled a witch, a reflection of society's unease with powerful femininity. The air in the village thickened with uncertainty, as generations of women stood at the crossroads of empowerment and peril. As the Spanish colonizers arrived, they brought with them a different kind of fear. The Bobalan became an embodiment of the very witchcraft they sought to eradicate, their wisdom and practices labeled as heretical. The colonizers wielded religion like a weapon, driving a wedge between the sacred traditions of the past and the rigid dogmas of the present. The women who had once found a strength in their roles now faced the relentless tide of persecution. Tales of trials filled the air, echoing through the hearts of those who knew the truth. Women were more than just vessels for life. They were forces of nature, intertwined with the mystical fabric of existence. In an atmosphere thick with unease, the hunt for witches intensified. Villagers turned against one another, fear morphing friendships into rivalries. A young woman with an affinity for herbs, known for her calming presence, suddenly became suspect. The fear of the powerful woman loomed large, even as her hands healed wounds. Her laughter echoed through the village, yet behind it lay a simmering dread. As she gathered herbs at twilight, the shadows seemed to whisper her fate, twisting her reality into something far darker. The fire crackled in the center of the village, casting an eerie glow on the faces gathered around it. Men and women shared stories of the Bobalan, their voices a mixture of reverence and fear. The stories morphed into cautionary tales. Once a woman slipped into the realm of power, it could lead to ruin. Yet, in the hushed tones of the night, something else flickered, an undercurrent of rebellion. Women began to share secrets in the dark. Tales of their ancestors who had stood against the tide, who had found strength in sisterhood, and who had whispered spells of protection under the cover of night. In the dim light, the figure of the Bobalan became a symbol of strength for those who dared to defy the oppressive forces surrounding them. Her resilience ignited a flicker of hope in the hearts of women who had spent too long in silence. They began to gather, huddled together in tight circles, sharing their dreams of empowerment, their visions of breaking free from the chains of fear that bound them. Each shared story wove a new thread into the tapestry of their lives, linking generations of women through the ancestral power that coursed through their veins. As the moon rose higher, illuminating their clandestine meetings, the echoes of their laughter blended with the whispers of the trees. The women began to embrace their roles, not just as nurturers but as powerful beings capable of shaping their destinies. They wove spells of protection and dreams of freedom, breathing life into the very essence of their femininity. The line between healer and witch blurred, and they found strength in the very identity that had once been a source of fear. Yet the threat of persecution loomed ever closer, reminding them that the world outside their circle was still steeped in ignorance and hostility. The tension in the village mounted, and the air was charged with the unspoken fears of those who dared to challenge the status quo. As the stories of the past intertwined with the ambitions of the present, it became increasingly clear that the role of gender in Filipino witchcraft was not merely a relic of history. It was a living, breathing force that could ignite flames of change or plunge them into darkness. In those moments of quiet rebellion, as the moon cast its soft glow upon the land, they understood that the fight for their identities was just beginning. The shadows lingered, but within them lay the promise of empowerment, the echo of their ancestors cheering them on. And as they stood together, hands clasped in solidarity, they felt the weight of their collective strength, a force that could challenge the tides of fear, transforming their stories from whispered tales of the past into roaring proclamations of their future. In the dim light of a flickering candle, the air thick with the scent of herbs and the whispers of ancient tongues, a figure huddled over a makeshift altar. The fire crackled softly, casting shadows that danced like ghosts across the walls. This was not just a woman. She was a Babaylan, a healer, a mystic, and perhaps most importantly, a witch. In Filipino society, witches have always held a place that oscillates between reverence and fear, embodying a complex tapestry of belief, tradition, and power. The history of witches in the Philippines stretches back to pre-colonial times when indigenous tribes revered their Babaylan, who were often women. They were the spiritual leaders, the ones who could communicate with the spirits of ancestors and heal the sick with their knowledge of herbs. These women were not only seen as powerful, but were also integral to community well-being. They led rituals, celebrated harvests, and told stories that connected generations. The Babaylan's role was one of respect. Their knowledge a treasure passed down through the ages, rooted in an understanding of nature and its mysteries. But with the arrival of Spanish colonizers in the 16th century, everything changed. The Babaylan, once revered, became targets of suspicion and fear. The Spanish sought to eradicate what they considered pagan practices, branding the ancient healers as witches. This marked the beginning of a dark chapter where the shadows of superstition loomed large over the land. Trials and persecution swept through villages like a chilling wind, leaving behind a legacy of distrust. The Babaylan were hunted, their rituals demonized, as the colonizers instilled a fear of the unknown that twisted the true essence of these women. Even so, the spirit of the Babaylan could not be extinguished. In the whispers of the wind, the rustle of leaves, and the heartbeat of the earth, their legacy endured. Communities, despite the oppressive weight of colonial rule, clung to the remnants of their ancestral beliefs. Stories of witches morphed into folklore, tales of the Aswang, the Duende, and the Manananggal. These stories, steeped in fear and fascination, reflected society's struggles, embodying the tensions of a culture caught between the old ways and new realities. Witches became symbols of cunning, a dangerous power that could sway fortunes and alter destinies. They were both feared and sought after. Villagers would approach these women, desperate for remedies for ailments or guidance in love, though they often did so with a mixture of reverence and dread. The dynamic was complex. Witches were seen as both saviors and harbingers of misfortune, embodying the duality of human experience. On stormy nights, when the winds howled and the shadows loomed closer, tales of witches would be whispered among families, imparting lessons of caution and morality. As the centuries rolled on, the narrative surrounding witches evolved. In the 20th century, The old fears began to fade, but the fascination remained. Witches became figures of empowerment, reclaiming their narratives as symbols of resilience and strength. Modern interpretations of witches in Filipino folklore began to celebrate their connection to the earth, their wisdom in herbal medicine, and their role as community healers. The Babaylan's spirit found a new voice, echoing through the hearts of those who sought to honor the past while forging a new identity. In a world shifting rapidly towards modernity, the impact of witches in Filipino culture is still palpable. Festivals celebrating these mystical figures have emerged, where the old traditions collide with contemporary interpretations. The Babaylan, dressed in vibrant attire, led rituals that honor the spirits of the ancestors, calling upon ancient wisdom to guide the present. In this sacred space, the past intertwines with the present, reminding everyone of the enduring strength of these women who once faced persecution. Yet, even today, the fear of witches lingers in the corners of society. The phrase witch hunt resonates deeply, evoking images of persecution and scapegoating. Superstitions thrive, and stories are passed down through generations, often cautioning against the whims of the unknown. From the bustling streets of Manila to the quiet barangays, the idea of witches continues to weave through the fabric of Filipino life. Sometimes hidden beneath layers of modernity, yet always present, like a pulse beneath the skin. In the candlelit corners of homes, when the night grows quiet, a mother might tell her child to be wary of the Aswang, a tale meant to instill caution but also to ignite the imagination. Children's laughter mingles with the tension in the air as they listen, their wide eyes reflecting the fear and wonder woven into their culture. These stories are not just tales. They are living narratives that connect past and present, reminding everyone of the power and significance of witches. As the sun dips below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple, a sense of mystery hangs in the air. In a small village, an elder woman stirs a pot, herbs wafting their aromatic secrets as she prepares for a ritual. The villagers gather, their faces illuminated by the warm, flickering glow of the fire. They know that there are forces at play beyond their understanding. The Babaylan stands at the center, the embodiment of tradition and the keeper of stories, poised to bridge the gap between the living and the spirits. With every chant that escapes her lips, the air thickens with a palpable energy, and the fabric of time seems to ripple. The stories of witches, woven into the very essence of Filipino identity, pulse with life, urging everyone to remember, to honor, and to embrace the complex legacy of those who walked before them. The night is alive with possibility, and as the rhythm of the drums begins to beat, the air vibrates with a promise of more to come, drawing all closer to the heart of the mystery, where the past and present collide and the power of the witch persists, echoing through the ages. The air was heavy with dread, a palpable tension that crackled like a storm waiting to break. In the small, dimly lit room, a woman stood accused, her face a mask of fear mixed with defiance. The flickering candlelight cast ominous shadows on the rough-hewn walls, making her look like a specter caught between two worlds. Outside, the crowd murmured like a restless sea, a tide of suspicion and hysteria rising higher with each passing moment. They had come to witness the spectacle, some driven by a primal need for justice, others by a morbid curiosity that felt all too familiar. As the trial commenced, the weight of history pressed down upon the room like an old, heavy cloak. This was not just any trial. It was part of a dark chapter in humanity's past, a time when fear and superstition could turn the innocent into scapegoats. Men and women alike had been dragged into the flames, their cries for mercy drowned out by the roar of a society eager to purge itself of imagined evil. The witch hunts were not just events. They were a fever that swept through villages and towns, infecting minds and hearts, leaving scars that would never fully heal. In Salem, Massachusetts, the air was thick with the scent of fear. The year was 1692, and the small Puritan community had descended into madness. It started with a few young girls claiming to be tormented by witches, whispers of dark magic swirling around them like a sinister mist. What began as innocent games of fortune-telling spiraled into a whirlwind of accusations. Neighbors turned against neighbors, families were torn apart, and the gallows loomed larger with every passing day. One woman, Rebecca Nurse, stood at the center of it all. A respected member of the community, she had dedicated her life to caring for others. Yet, here she was, facing charges that painted her as a monster. The courtroom was a theater of absurdity. Evidence was flimsy, built on spectral sightings and confessions wrung from frightened souls. When Rebecca was asked why she had sent her spirit to torment the girls, she simply shook her head, tears glistening in her eyes. The crowd, however, was hungry for blood. The air crackled with tension as the verdict was read: guilty. Gasps echoed, and a hush fell over the assembly. Just like that, a life was extinguished. As the trials continued, the hysteria spread like wildfire. In Germany, the witch hunts reached a fever pitch where thousands were accused and many executed in the name of purity. The infamous Malleus Maleficarum, a handbook for witch hunters, offered chilling guidance on how to root out witches. Its pages were drenched in fear, fueling the fires of hatred and legitimizing the grim spectacle of torture and execution. Families were torn apart, accusations flew like arrows, and once thriving communities were left in ruins. The very fabric of society crumbled under the weight of paranoia and fear. The notorious witchfinder general, Matthew Hopkins, emerged like a dark star, leading the charge in England with ruthless efficiency. His methods were brutal. He would extract confessions through horrific torture, often leading to the execution of those who had once lived in peace. The cries of the condemned resonated through the countryside, haunting the nights with a melody of despair. His thirst for power was insatiable, each executed witch a point on his twisted scoreboard. The hunts spread across the land, washing over villages like a dark tide, leaving an undeniable mark on the hearts of the living. In the shadows of history, the stories of these trials linger, haunting echoes of despair and injustice. The people who were labeled witches were often nothing more than individuals who dared to be different, women who spoke out, healers with knowledge of herbal remedies, or simply those who rubbed others the wrong way. It was a time when the notion of community turned sour, where unity transformed into division and love became tainted by fear. The toll of the witch hunts extended far beyond the gallows. Families lost mothers, fathers, and children to the flames, and communities were left to grapple with the aftermath. The scars ran deep, creating generations marked by suspicion and loss. In the quiet corners of the towns, whispers of betrayal and haunting memories lingered, casting long shadows over future generations. And yet, amidst the darkness, there emerged a flicker of resistance. Those who survived the hunts began to piece together a narrative of courage and resilience. They sought to reclaim their identities, to honor the memory of those lost to the madness. The tales of the witches, once distorted by fear, began to be seen through a different lens. They became symbols of defiance against tyranny, a rallying cry for those who dared to speak out against injustice. The echoes of the past did not simply fade. They clung to the present, reminding society of the dangers of unchecked power and the consequences of allowing fear to dictate actions. The witch hunts, with their horrific toll, served as stark lessons, warning against the perils of hysteria and the fragility of justice. As the candle flickered and shadows danced on the walls, the stories of the accused lingered, their spirits woven into the very fabric of history. Each name, each face, a reminder that the battle against ignorance continues, and that the legacy of the witch hunts is far from over. In every heartbeat of the present, the whispers of the past resonate, urging the world to remember, to reflect, and to never forget the price of fear. The sun hung low over the horizon, casting long shadows over the cobblestone streets of a small village nestled in the hills of what was once a Spanish colony. The air was thick with the scent of spices and incense, mingling with the faint lingering sounds of distant church bells, tolling a rhythm that echoed through time. In the vibrant marketplace, colors danced in the sunlight, the rich reds of tamales, the deep greens of freshly picked herbs, and the gleaming gold of trinkets crafted by skilled hands. Yet beneath this lively facade lay a tapestry of beliefs woven tightly with the threads of colonial influence, a blend of ancient traditions and new, foreign doctrines that would shape the villagers' lives for generations. As the sun dipped lower, the village square filled with chatter and laughter, but there was a weight to the air, an unspoken tension hanging in the balance. In the corners, the old ones sat, their eyes glinting with the wisdom of the ages. They knew the stories of their ancestors, who once worshipped earth and sky, who revered spirits inhabiting the rivers, trees, and mountains. But the arrival of the Spanish brought a new faith, one that swept across the land like wildfire, altering the landscape of beliefs forever. It was not merely a shift in religion. It was a transformation that rippled through every aspect of life. The mission church stood at the heart of the village, its whitewashed walls contrasting starkly with the vibrant hues of the market. It was here that the villagers gathered, their heads bowed as they listened to the priest's voice, a melodic blend of authority and compassion, weaving tales of saints and miracles. The stories took root in their hearts, intertwining with the whispers of the old gods. Like a vine wrapped around a sturdy tree, the new faith grew, but it never fully choked out the old. Instead, the two coexisted in a delicate dance, each influencing the other in ways that were sometimes invisible and other times painfully evident. On a warm evening, a group of children gathered around an elder, their eyes wide with anticipation. He began to speak of San Isidro, the patron saint of farmers, his hands gesturing animatedly as he described the man who could coax the earth to yield its bounty. The children giggled, imagining the saint dancing among the fields, but in their hearts, they also felt the pull of their own earth spirits, those who had once ruled the land. The elder's voice dropped to a whisper as he recounted the ancient rituals that honored the spirits of the ancestors, the ones who watched over the crops and the harvests. The children listened, enraptured as they felt the gravity of their heritage pressing down upon them. Yet, as dusk fell, a shadow of doubt crept in. What would happen to their traditions if they continued to embrace the new faith so wholeheartedly? Would their ancestors' spirits fade into memory, lost to the winds of time? These thoughts swirled in the minds of the villagers, echoing in the silence of their homes as they lit candles to saints and offered prayers to the great spirits above. Sister Lucia, a devoted nun with a heart as vast as the sky, walked among the children, her presence a gentle reminder of the profound changes that had swept through the village. She taught them the prayers of the church, her voice soft yet firm, guiding their small hands in making the sign of the cross. But she also encouraged them to remember their roots. To honor your ancestors is to honor God, she would say, her eyes filled with an understanding that transcended the dogma. Sister Lucia understood the weight of their duality, the pain of walking two paths, and she stood as a bridge, a flickering candle in the depths of their conflicting beliefs. The villagers often found themselves torn on the cusp of celebration and despair. During the Feast of the Dead, a time when they honored both saints and souls, the village erupted into a riot of colors and sounds. Families prepared altars adorned with flowers, fruits, and candles, invoking both the saints and the spirits of their forebears. The vibrant marigolds represented the sun, guiding the souls home, while the flickering candles flickered like whispers in the night. That night the air was electric with the spirit of unity, yet the undercurrent of tension simmered just below the surface. As they gathered around the fire, sharing stories that mingled laughter with tears, the past and present collided in an intricate tapestry of faith. The villagers spoke of their dreams, of their hopes for the future, but the pull of their ancestors was strong, reminding them of the rich history that laid the foundation for their lives. As dawn broke across the horizon, illuminating the town in shades of gold, the villagers felt a renewed sense of purpose. They understood, at least in their hearts, the beauty of their dual heritage. Spanish colonialism had brought new ideas, new ways of thinking, and while the old ways sometimes felt like they were slipping away, they also realized that they had the power to adapt, to mold their beliefs into something wholly unique, something that reverberated through their very souls. But the struggle was far from over. For every prayer whispered to a saint, there was a ritual quietly held under a shroud of secrecy, a connection to the old world that lingered like a ghost. Fear and pride mingled, creating a volatile mix that could explode at any moment. The children, still wide-eyed with innocence, would soon face the harsh realities of a world that often demanded they choose sides. The elders knew this well. The cost of colonialism was steep, and the influence it wielded over local beliefs was a double-edged sword. As the villagers embraced the dawn, they were unaware that the very beliefs that held them together were about to be challenged in ways they could not yet fathom. A storm was brewing on the horizon, one that would test their faith in both the new and the old, forcing them to confront the raw, unyielding truths of their existence. The echoes of their ancestors called out to them, intertwining with the prayers of the saints, creating a symphony of faith that could not be ignored. The journey ahead was fraught with uncertainty, but the villagers, bound by both legacy and hope, stood ready to face whatever came next, their hearts beating in unison with the pulse of the land. In the flickering shadows of a dimly lit village square, a figure stood alone, her silhouette etched against the glow of the moon. The villagers whispered among themselves, eyes darting, fear swirling in their hearts like a turbulent storm. She was an outcast, a woman whose knowledge of herbs and healing had once brought her respect, but now branded her with the mark of the devil. The air was thick with tension, and the scent of smoke lingered as the torches flickered like the lives of those who dared to tread too close to her world. Many believed she danced with demons, that her laughter echoed in the wind as she conjured curses and spells. But why? What force had twisted the hearts of these men and women, turning them from gratitude to horror? It was the potent blend of fear and faith, an intoxicating mix shaped by the very religion that had once promised solace. In the 15th century, the Reformation sparked a fire within Europe, igniting fervor and zeal for a new way of worship. The church became both a sanctuary and a prison, weaving a narrative that demanded strict adherence to its doctrines. On the fringes of this turmoil, the figure of the witch emerged, a scapegoat, a vessel for all that was feared and misunderstood. The scripture was twisted, manipulated to create a monster out of the innocent, painting women with the brush of evil simply for existing outside the norms. As the clock struck midnight, a group of men, emboldened by their faith and fueled by the fervent preaching of clergy, set their sights on the woman. They believed they were doing God's work, purging the world of sin. "She has made pacts with the devil," they shouted, their voices rising like a chorus of thunder. "She must be punished." The flames began to dance higher, licking at the very fabric of the night, and the woman's heart raced, pounding with the fear of betrayal that had long since seeped into the bones of the community. For centuries, the church had painted a grim picture of witches. Drawing from biblical texts, the concept of witchcraft morphed into something sinister, a direct affront to divine authority. Those accused were often women who defied societal norms, healers, or simply those who walked a different path. Their knowledge of nature and healing became a source of suspicion, their autonomy a challenge to patriarchal structures. Men like Malleus Maleficarum, the infamous witch hunting manual, provided a blueprint for the persecution, instructing church officials on how to root out witches, often targeting the most vulnerable. In the cold grip of autumn, when the harvest moon hung low in the sky, the villagers gathered for a trial. The air crackled with tension, and the woman stood at the center, a figure of both dread and sympathy. Accusations flew like arrows, each one piercing her heart. She cursed my crops. My child fell ill after visiting her. The echoes of faith twisted into a cacophony of judgment. They were not merely words, they were the very essence of fear. Their roots intertwined with the fervent belief that evil could be lurking behind the smile of an unsuspecting woman. And yet, even as the flames cast a warm glow upon the chilling scene, there were whispers of doubt. Some villagers recalled her kindness, how she had healed the sick, offered food to the hungry, and shared her knowledge of the forest. But the church's grip was strong, and the fear of damnation loomed larger than the flickering flames. Those who questioned the narrative were often met with scorn or silenced entirely, their voices drowned out by the thunderous calls for justice. With each passing day, the perception of witches continued to evolve, morphing from healers to harbingers of doom, all orchestrated by the powerful narrative spun by religious authorities. The Salem witch trials were merely the climax of centuries of fear, where religious fervor reached a fever pitch, and the cries of the accused were swallowed by the roar of the faithful. Families turned against one another, friends became foes, and the scent of betrayal hung heavy in the air, mingling with the smoke of burning wood. The church held the power to shape reality, weaving together faith and fear like an artist with paint. It was easier to believe in the existence of witches, spawns of Satan, than to confront the darker truths of human nature. The demonization of women became a tool of control, a way to maintain the status quo and suppress any who dared to challenge it. In the dim light of the village square, as the flames began to rise, the woman's heart raced with the weight of history pressing down upon her. She was not just an individual. She was a vessel of countless stories, countless women who had come before her. They had been silenced, their voices stifled by the very faith that claimed to protect them. The whispers of the past echoed in her ears, a haunting reminder of the price of defiance in a world where religion dictated morality. As the first sparks of fire kissed the air, a new fear gripped the crowd, not just of evil, but of doubt. What if they had been wrong? What if this woman was innocent? The villagers stood in a fragile silence, their minds torn between taught beliefs and the undeniable humanity before them. But the fervor of religion was a powerful force, and still the flames leapt higher, devouring their hesitation. The heat enveloped her, a fierce reminder of the passions that had ignited this moment. Faith and fear collided in an explosive dance, swallowing any flicker of empathy that remained. Those watching felt their hearts pound in rhythm with the flames, a collective heartbeat of a society wrestling with its beliefs. They were not just witnesses. They were entangled in the web of history, caught in a cycle that would repeat itself for generations to come. Yet, within the chaos, a spark of defiance flickered in the eyes of a few. They began to question, to remember that religion, with all its power, had once been a source of hope and healing. Could it also be the harbinger of destruction? As the woman faced the blaze, she became a symbol of both fear and hope, a reminder that even in the darkest shadows, light could emerge, challenging the very foundations of faith that had led to this moment. But before the thoughts could solidify, the fire roared louder, drowning out the whispers of doubt. And once again, the villagers were swept away in the tide of fear, their beliefs tightening around them like chains as the night continued its unforgiving march. In the sultry twilight of a small Philippine village, the wind whispered secrets through the rustling leaves, and shadows danced along the dirt paths. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, hinting at the rain that would soon pour down in torrents. On nights like this, tales were shared around flickering fires, stories that made the hairs on the back of your neck stand up and sent chills running down your spine. Among these tales, the stories of witches held a special place, woven into the very fabric of Filipino culture, where reality and the supernatural blurred like the edges of a fading dream. In every region, from the bustling streets of Manila to the remote mountains of Mindanao, stories of witches were passed down through generations. These women, often portrayed as old and hunched, wielded both fear and fascination. They were the healers and the curse-bringers, the wise women who knew the secrets of the herbs and the dark spells that could twist fate itself. There was Lona, the witch of the southern islands, who could turn the sweetest mangoes bitter with a mere glance, and Amihan, rumored to fly on the winds, her cackles echoing through the night sky like a haunting lullaby. But it wasn't just their powers that enthralled villagers, it was the layers of emotion wrapped in each story. One could feel the heartbreak of a mother who lost her child to a witch's spite, the desperation of a lover who sought the witch's help to win back a heart that belonged to another. The tales were filled with longing, vengeance, and sometimes even redemption. Each witch had her own history, and like the twisting vines of the jungle, their stories intertwined, creating a tapestry rich in both pain and beauty. As the fire crackled, an elder began recounting the tale of Maria, a beautiful maiden whose heart was pure as the mountain springs. But envy brewed in the village as the lovelorn suitor who could not win her love turned to dark magic. In his desperation, he sought the help of a witch known to live in the depths of the forest, far from the eyes of men. With a promise of power, he gave up his humanity, transforming into a creature of the night, a tormented soul doomed to wander in search of what he could never possess. It was a warning to all. Love could turn into obsession, and obsession could invite darkness. The villagers listened intently, every ear attuned to the rhythmic rise and fall of the elder's voice. The flickering flames painted their faces in shades of light and shadow, mirroring the duality of the witches themselves, healers and harmers, nurturers and nightmares. They reminded the listeners that fear often stemmed from misunderstanding. The same woman who could heal a withering plant could also bring a pox upon a neighbor's cow. It was crucial to tread carefully, for the line between friendship and enmity was thinner than the threads of a spider's web. In another corner of the village, a hushed conversation flared into a heated argument. A group of villagers debated the existence of the Aswang, a creature that blended human and beast, often said to be a witch in disguise. They spoke of their chilling encounters, of nights spent on watch, hearts pounding at every rustle in the foliage. Despite the fear, an unspoken thrill fed their retellings, the idea that magic, however dark, was intertwined with their very existence. It was this thrill that led young children to sneak out under the cover of night, eyes wide with wonder and fear, seeking the witch's home, dreaming of witnessing the impossible. The stories flowed like the rivers that coursed through the hills, each one more gripping than the last. Tales of witches who could transform into animals, who danced under the moonlight while chanting songs that made the world tremble. The villagers spoke of the balete tree, where it was said a witch would gather her powers, the tree's gnarled roots reaching deep into the earth, as if holding the very essence of magic itself. Those who wandered too close would feel a chill creep down their spine, a warning that not all paths should be tread upon. There was laughter mingled with gasps as the tales twisted and turned, revealing the heartbreaking moments when the witches, once feared, became tragic figures. One such story was that of Liza, the enchantress who fell in love with a mortal man. Her magic flourished, but it was her heart that suffered most. When her love was taken away by jealousy, Liza unleashed a storm that raged for 3 days and nights, a tempest born from her heartache. The villagers, caught in the chaos of her sorrow, learned that behind every witch's curse lay a tale of love, loss, and longing, echoing through the ages. As night deepened, the stories took on an increasingly sinister tone. Whispers of a new witch stalking the edges of the village spread like wildfire. She was said to appear at the stroke of midnight, cloaked in shadows, with eyes that glowed like embers in the dark. Children were warned to stay indoors, but curiosity burned brighter than fear. It was said that those who dared to approach her would find their deepest desires twisted into nightmares. With every retelling, the atmosphere thickened, tension crackling like static in the air. The villagers, sitting closer to the fire, could almost feel the witch's presence, lurking just beyond the flickering light. Their hearts raced as the elder spoke of the last villager who had dared to confront her, a brave young woman named Clara. She had approached the witch in search of answers, for her mother had fallen ill, and desperation clouded her judgment. What transpired in the darkened woods was a mystery, but when Clara returned, her eyes were hollow, reflecting a soul burdened by knowledge no one should possess. The tales, steeped in rich history and raw emotion, wrapped around the villagers like a thick fog, leaving them breathless and craving more. Each story unfolded like the delicate petals of a flower, revealing layers of meaning and connection. The fire crackled, casting shadows that seemed to breathe, and in that moment, magic felt tangible, alive, and just a heartbeat away. And as the night wore on, the promise of more stories lingered in the air, waiting to be told, waiting to ensnare those who dared to listen. On a moonless night, when the stars seemed to shiver in the darkness, a baby's cry pierced the stillness of the Philippine jungle. It was an innocent sound, yet there was something unsettling about it, a chilling echo that danced between the trees like a ghostly whisper. Fishermen returning from a long day at sea would later say they felt a shiver run down their spines, warning them that something was very wrong. The Tiyanak had emerged, a creature of folklore wrapped in the guise of vulnerability. To the untrained eye, it appeared to be a mere infant abandoned on the forest floor. But those who knew the stories, those who had heard the hushed warnings passed down through generations, understood that this was no ordinary child. This was the Tiyanak, a vampiric witch disguised, awaiting the unwary traveler who would heed its false cries. In the small village of Naik, tales of the Tiyanak hung in the air like a dense fog, wrapping around the hearts of the villagers, stirring both fear and curiosity. Each night, the elders would gather near the flickering flames of their fires, casting long shadows on the ground. They would recount stories of travelers who had disappeared, lured by the heart-wrenching cries of what they thought was a lost child. "Do not trust what you hear," they would warn, their voices barely more than a whisper. "The Tiyanak is clever. It will show you its innocent face. But behind those eyes lies a hunger that cannot be satisfied." Maria, a young girl, listened intently, her wide eyes reflecting the flame's glow. She felt the weight of her ancestors' fears pressing down on her as if the very air was thick with unspoken dread. The tales of the Tiyanak began to haunt her dreams, each night filling her mind with images of pale skin and hollow eyes, an alluring mix of innocence and danger. The fear was palpable, but so was the thrill. Her heart raced at the thought of a world where such creatures roamed freely, hidden beneath a veil of normality. One fateful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky turned a smoky purple, Maria heard it, a soft, feeble cry wafting through the trees. The sound was tender yet haunting, pulling at her heartstrings. Her body tensed, and her breath caught in her throat. She remembered the elders' warnings, but curiosity gnawed at her. What if it was just a lost child? What if she could save it? Compelled by a force she could not understand, Maria stepped into the dark embrace of the jungle. The shadows shifted around her, and the trees seemed to lean in closer, their gnarled branches whispering secrets of the past. Each step felt heavy, as if the ground itself warned her to turn back. Yet the cry grew louder, more insistent, an irresistible call that twisted her heart. As she ventured deeper, Maria stumbled upon a clearing illuminated by the faint light of fireflies. There, nestled among the roots of an ancient tree, was a small figure wrapped in tattered cloth. The sight sent a shiver down her spine, and for a moment the world stood still. The child's face was pale, framed by dark curls that seemed to almost glisten under the faint glow. Its eyes, however, were the color of midnight, deep endless pools that promised both comfort and danger. "Help me," it cooed, its voice a melodic blend of sweetness and sorrow. Maria felt an inexplicable urge to reach out, to hold the little one close and protect it from the world. But as she approached, dread coiled tightly in her gut. This was the moment she had been warned about. Suddenly, the air thickened with tension and the child's expression shifted. A flicker of hunger darted across its face, twisting that innocent facade into something more sinister. The corners of its mouth curled into a smile that felt wrong, too wide and filled with sharpness. Maria's heart raced, realization crashing over her like a tidal wave. This was no lost infant. It was the Tiyanak, the very creature that haunted her dreams. She turned on her heel, panic igniting a primal instinct to flee. But the jungle was alive, and the shadows danced closer, as if the very trees conspired against her escape. The Tiyanak's laughter echoed through the clearing, a sound that sent chills down her spine. "You can't run from me, Maria. I know your fears, your secrets. You've heard the stories. They linger in your heart." Desperation clawed at her throat as she stumbled through the underbrush, branches clawing at her skin, leaves whispering in mockery. The cries of the Tiyanak faded into a haunting melody behind her, each note weaving itself into her mind, taunting her with the promise of reprieve. But no solace was found in the jungle that night, just an endless spiral of dread and desire. As she raced through the trees, her thoughts spiraled in a frantic rhythm. What if she brought this horror back to her village? What if it followed her? She could already hear the elders' voices echoing in her mind, warning her of the monster that thrived on fear, that turned the innocent into prey. The Tiyanak was not just a tale, it was a curse, an insatiable hunger that could never be quenched. Just when Maria thought she could escape, the jungle around her shifted again. She stumbled into a clearing bathed in eerie silver moonlight, and there stood the Tiyanak, no longer disguised as a child. Its true form emerged, an ethereal figure draped in darkness, eyes glowing with a predatory gleam. "You are forever bound to me," it hissed, voice dripping with the promise of ancient magic. "You will carry my story, my hunger, wherever you go." In that moment, Maria felt the weight of centuries pressing upon her shoulders, the tales of the Tiyanak ingrained in her very being. With a heart pounding like a drum, she understood that she'd become part of the legend, ensnared in an eternal dance of light and shadow. The night was far from over, and as she stood there, breathless and wide-eyed, the jungle trembled, ready to reveal its next dark secret, ready to spin the tale of the Tiyanak further into the night. The ocean stretched endlessly, a canvas painted in deep blues and greens that whispered promises of both wonder and danger. On a windswept cliff, a lone fisherman stood, his weathered hands clutching a net that had seen better days. He cast his gaze across the waves, hoping for a bounty, yet his heart pulsed with the quiet thrill of legends long told. Legends of the Sirena, the mermaids who danced beneath the moonlight, enchanting those who dared to look. For centuries, tales of these ethereal beings had drifted like sea foam across the shores of countless cultures. In ancient Greece, sailors spoke of sirens whose beautiful songs lured them to treacherous rocks, their fates sealed by the haunting melodies. The fishermen's sons told stories of how their fathers had glimpsed shimmering scales and flowing hair, only to vanish into the depths, never to return. The Sirena's allure was both a blessing and a curse, a delicate balance between desire and despair. In the Caribbean, the mermaids were not just figments of imagination but revered spirits of the sea. The Taino people believed these enchanting figures were guardians of the ocean's treasures. They thought the Sirena could heal the sick, their tears said to hold magical properties. Fishermen would leave offerings at the water's edge, hoping to earn the favor of these mystical beings, whose laughter echoed like the soft ringing of shells tumbling in the tide. But the Sirena was not confined to the waters of the Caribbean or the shores of Greece. In Scandinavia, the fierce and beautiful havfru captivated the hearts of men, their songs weaving through the air like a spell. The knights of old would brave icy waters, enchanted by the promise of love and adventure, yet many came to find only icy silence and the bitter taste of regret. The stories told of young men transformed into sea foam, lost forever to the haunting call of the mermaids. As twilight descended, casting a golden hue over the ocean, a tempest of emotions stirred within the hearts of those who dared to believe. The fisherman felt it in his bones. He could sense the Serena's presence, tangible and close, yet painfully out of reach. His breath quickened, anticipation bubbling up like the waves crashing against the rocks below. In that moment, the ocean roared, and a figure emerged, glistening under the silvery glow of the moon. Her hair flowed like liquid gold, and her eyes sparkled with mischief and mystery. She sang, a melody that wrapped around the fisherman like a warm embrace, pulling him closer to the edge of the sea. In her song, he heard the stories of lost sailors, of love unfulfilled and dreams drowned. It was a haunting harmony that tugged at the very fibers of his soul, mixing hope with an undertow of sorrow. But as he gazed, entranced, he noticed the shadows lurking beneath the surface. Other mermaids, their expressions unreadable, swirled around her. Each one held secrets of their own, tales of heartbreak, longing, and revenge. These sirens were not mere creatures of beauty. They were powerful, ancient beings shaped by the tides of time. The fisherman realized that every legend carried a truth, and every truth bore a consequence. The Sirena could grant wishes, but those who sought her favor often found themselves paying a steep price. Would he become another story whispered among the waves, another lost soul beckoned by her charm? The tension tightened in his chest, a battle of desire and dread raging within him. As the night deepened, the ocean's surface shimmered with an otherworldly glow, and the Sirena beckoned him closer. Her voice, sweet and sorrowful, wove through his mind, painting images of love and loss, of a connection that transcended the boundaries of land and sea. The fisherman felt the pull of her enchantment deep within his heart, a longing that felt as old as the tides themselves. Yet the stories of those who had dared to follow the Sirena flooded his thoughts. Would he follow her into the depths, risking everything for a fleeting moment of bliss? The waves crashed violently against the rocks, a reminder of the danger lurking in the beauty. With every note of her song, each word wrapped around his heart, urging him to surrender, he could feel the weight of his choice bearing down on him. But history had its lessons. The chronicles of old told of sailors who, driven by their desires, encountered not just beauty, but tragedy. One man, lured by the siren's song, had followed her to a hidden underwater kingdom, only to discover that the depths held not only beauty but darkness, a world where dreams turned to nightmares. The fisherman stood at the precipice, torn between the safety of the shore and the seductive promise of the Sirena. In that moment, time seemed to halt. He could taste the salt of the sea on his lips, feel the cool breeze wrapping around him. Would he choose to leap into the unknown, or would he retreat, forever haunted by the echo of her song? The Sirena sensed his hesitation, her eyes glinting with a mix of admiration and mischief. She reached out a hand, fingers glistening like precious gems in the moonlight. "Join me," she whispered, and in that instant the world around him faded. All that existed was her voice, intimate and inviting, pulling him closer to the edge. As his heart raced, memories of those who had come before danced in the corners of his mind. Each one had their own beginning and end, but they all shared a thread of longing, drawn to the Sirena's song. Some had been blessed, finding love and adventure, others cursed, lost forever to the depths. He took a breath, the air thick with the promise of eternity. The ocean roared, the tide rising as if to echo his heartbeat. Could he trust the Sirena, or would he find himself trapped in a tale that no one would survive? And so, with the moon casting a silvery path across the water and the Serena's enchanting gaze holding him captive, the fisherman stood on the brink of choice. Would he plunge into the depths of love and danger, or would he turn back, forever haunted by the call of the Serena? The moment hung suspended in time, a fragile thread woven with both hope and fear, waiting for a decision that could change everything. In the thick of twilight, when shadows grew long and the world slipped into a hushed whisper, the forest came alive. It was not the rustle of wind or the chirrups of crickets that stirred the air, but the unmistakable mischief of the duende. Tiny, elusive beings draped in the colors of the earth danced through the underbrush, their laughter echoing like distant bells. For centuries, these nature spirits had woven themselves into the fabric of folklore, their presence felt in every rustle of leaves and every ripple of water. Legends told of their small stature, often described as no taller than a child's hand, with skin that shimmered like dew at dawn. Their faces, playful and impish, sparkled with mischief. The duende were known to guard treasures hidden deep within the forest, valuing cleverness over strength and cunning over brawn. But with their benevolence came a capriciousness that could leave a traveler lost or a child in tears. For they were not just guardians, they were tricksters, and their magic was as unpredictable as the wind that swept through the trees. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the villagers prepared their evening meals, unaware of the magic swirling around them. In the quiet corners of their homes, stories were passed down from grandparent to grandchild, tales of encounters with these ethereal beings. If you lose something, the elders would say, eyes gleaming with the thrill of the tales, it might just be in the hands of a duende. Leave an offering of rice or a bit of sweet mango, and you may find it returned. The children listened, wide-eyed, caught between fear and fascination, their imaginations ignited with the thought of tiny, trickster spirits lurking just beyond the edge of the light. One evening, a little girl named Lila, filled with curiosity and a hint of rebellion, ventured into the forest just as the stars began to twinkle. The air was thick with enchantment, and she felt it tugging at her heart. She had heard the stories, but she wanted to see for herself. As she wandered deeper, her heart raced with every snap of a twig or flutter of a wing. The trees were alive, whispering secrets in voices only the bravest could understand. Suddenly, a flicker of movement caught her eye. She turned, and there they were, the duende, their tiny figures darting between the shadows, giggling and glancing back at her with glimmering eyes. Lila's breath caught in her throat. She was both terrified and exhilarated. She remembered the warnings. Do not anger them, for their games can turn dark. But her heart pulsed with excitement. What magic could this world hold? Who dares to trespass? A voice, sharp and teasing, rang out from the bushes. A small, greenish figure emerged, hand on hip, its round cheeks punctuated with mischief. A human child? How delightful! What fun we shall have! Lila's courage faltered, but she stood her ground. I come in peace, she declared, though her voice trembled. The duende, with their impish grins, circled around her, their laughter like music ringing through the air. They beckoned her to follow, leading her to a glade bathed in silver moonlight. In the center lay a ring of mushrooms, and Lila could feel the energy brimming from the earth beneath her feet. This is our playground, the leader announced, where magic dances and wishes come true, if you dare to play. Without warning, the duende began to twirl and leap, their movements creating a whirlwind of shimmering dust. Lila felt an irresistible pull, her feet moving in rhythm with theirs. She laughed, spun, and felt weightless as they invited her to join their games. But as the night wore on, the mischief turned darker. The duende began to switch their playful tricks, pulling her hair and tugging at her clothes. What had started as joyous laughter began to echo with an eerie twist. Leave this place, a voice rang out, deeper and more commanding than the others, causing the laughter to stop abruptly. From the shadows emerged a larger figure, more regal and serious than the playful duende. The elder spirit gazed at Lila with eyes that shimmered like the moon. "These are not your friends, young one. They will lead you astray if you let them." Lila's heart raced. She had felt the joy, the thrill of the dance, but now doubt seeped in. The elder spirit continued, "They may return what is lost, but they take something valuable in return. You must tread carefully." With those words, Lila felt the weight of the forest around her, the magic shimmering like fireflies, both beautiful and terrifying. The duende, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, began to whisper amongst themselves, their eyes sparkling with mischief once more. Lila could feel the tension in the air, a shift from playfulness to something more sinister. What had once felt like an innocent game began to unravel into a web of uncertainty. The laughter faded, replaced by a feeling of unease that curled around her like a creeping vine. Suddenly, the elder spirit turned, pointing a finger at her. "It's time for you to go home. The duende are bound by their nature to play tricks, but you are not a pawn in their game." Lila took a step back, torn between the thrill of adventure and the fear of becoming a mere plaything in their hands. The laughter erupted again, this time echoing through the trees like a warning, a reminder of the enchanted dance she had joined. "Your heart is pure, little one, but you mustn't lose yourself in their magic. Remember, not all that glitters is gold, not all laughter is joyful." The elder spirit's voice resonated deeply, and as Lila turned to leave, she felt a pang of longing for the playful spirits, even as fear gripped her heart. The forest held both light and shadow, joy and mischief, and she was but a fleeting moment in their eternal dance. As Lila stepped away, the duende watched her go, their faces shifting from playful to pensive. They understood the balance of their magic, how easily the line between joy and sorrow could blur. The forest felt alive around her, and as she stepped back into the world of the living, she carried with her the whispers of a timeless dance, one that would linger long after she left, entwined with the stories of those who dared to wander too close to the edge of the world where duende played. Under the dim glow of an old kerosene lamp, a young girl clutched a tattered book of spells, her heart pounding as she whispered forbidden words into the night. The wind howled outside, rattling the wooden windows, creating an eerie sound that echoed the stories long whispered in the shadows of Filipino villages. This scene, charged with fear and temptation, reflects a significant thread woven into the fabric of modern Filipino cinema: the haunting and powerful influence of witchcraft. With roots tracing back to pre-colonial times, witchcraft in the Philippines has been a part of the cultural tapestry, tightly intertwined with indigenous beliefs, rituals, and legends. The ancient Babaylan, priestesses who held sway over the spiritual world, commanded respect and fear alike. They were healers, diviners, and warriors who communicated with spirits for the benefit of their communities. As colonizers arrived, a clash of beliefs transformed these figures into symbols of danger, and their practices were branded as witchcraft. Fast forward to today, where the flickering images on screen capture the essence of this rich history. Modern Filipino filmmakers have skillfully revived these ancient tales, breathing new life into the supernatural. In the darkened theaters, audiences experience a spectrum of emotions: curiosity, fear, and nostalgia, as familiar myths and legends unfold on the silver screen. The character of the Aswang, a shape-shifting monster, has become a staple, captivating viewers with its terrifying ability to blend into society while hiding a dreadful secret. The Aswang serves not just as a creature of horror, but as a metaphor for the unseen forces that lurk beneath everyday life. The air thickens with tension as scenes play out, revealing the struggle between the mystical and the mundane. In one gripping film, a family's peaceful existence is shattered when they unwittingly offend a local witch. The woman's dark laughter reverberates through the trees, a chilling reminder of the power held by those who know the ancient ways. As the plot thickens, the family's desperation grows, tapping into the universal fear of losing control over one's life, a fear that resonates deeply with audiences. Each twist and turn leaves viewers gasping, their hearts racing as they cling to their seats. The influence of witchcraft is often painted with strokes of vibrant emotion, betrayal, love, fear, and a longing for the past. In another compelling narrative, a young witch struggles against the pressures of her family's expectations. Here, the blend of modernity with traditional beliefs creates a poignant depiction of cultural identity. The witch's journey becomes a mirror reflecting the internal battles faced by many Filipinos today, caught between the old ways and the relentless push of contemporary life. As she uncovers her powers, those around her either rally in support or recoil in fear, creating a profound emotional conflict that holds the audience in its grip. The cinematography often captures the lush landscapes of the Philippines, where mountains and forests serve as both playgrounds and prison yards for the supernatural. The shadows of towering trees become the stage for eerie rituals, while the serene beauty of sunset transforms into a backdrop for haunting encounters. Each frame is painted with a rich palette of colors that evoke feelings of nostalgia, but also unease, brilliantly capturing the duality of enchantment and terror. Tension escalates when filmmakers intersperse folklore with themes of social commentary. The witch, often marginalized, becomes a symbol of defiance against oppressive forces. The narratives echo the struggles faced by those who dare to defy societal norms, infusing the stories with a sense of empowerment. This clever intertwining of witchcraft and contemporary issues resonates strongly with the audience, drawing them deeper into the experience. They see not just a reflection of the past, but a mirror of their own reality, a society grappling with its identity and place in the world. As the final credits roll, viewers are left with a lingering sense of unease, their minds buzzing with the possibilities that lie beyond the apparent. The connection between witchcraft and Filipino culture reverberates long after the lights come back on, igniting discussions in hushed tones as people spill into the streets. The supernatural isn't merely a spectacle. It's a rich vein of history that pulses with life, reminding everyone that the past is never truly gone. It lives on in the stories we tell. The next wave of filmmakers, inspired by the haunting legacy of witchcraft, stand poised to continue this tradition. They sift through the depths of Filipino heritage, searching for untold stories and hidden truths. The promise of new tales, wrapped in the familiar cloak of the supernatural, looms ahead, inviting the audience to lose themselves once more in a world where the line between reality and magic blurs. In the quiet corners of bustling cities and the serene beauty of rural landscapes, whispers of old enchantments persist, waiting to be unveiled. The work of these modern storytellers ensures that the influence of witchcraft will never fade, but will evolve, morphing into new forms that echo the struggles and triumphs of contemporary Philippine society. As the next chapter unfolds, the audience is left to ponder. What other untold stories lie hidden, waiting for a moment in the spotlight? To once again capture the imagination and stir the heart? Under the oppressive heat of the sun, the air hung thick with whispers of fear and suspicion. In a small village on the lush islands of the Philippines, the quiet life of its inhabitants was shattered by the sound of a single accusation. "She's a witch!" The words echoed like thunder, sending chills down the spines of those who heard it. In a culture steeped in superstition and the supernatural, such a claim held a weight that could change lives forever. The year was 1660, a time when Spanish colonizers ruled the archipelago with an iron fist, and the Catholic Church was omnipresent. Folk beliefs clashed violently with the doctrines imposed by the colonizers, creating a powder keg of emotions just waiting for a spark. It was in this environment of suspicion and fear that the trials began, and the innocent would pay the price for society's paranoia. As the sun set, casting long shadows among the palm trees, the villagers gathered around a flickering fire. They spoke in hushed tones, glancing nervously at the figure of a frail old woman, Maria, who lived on the outskirts. Her solitary existence and mysterious presence made her a target. The locals whispered of her odd habits, the way she collected herbs and her uncanny ability to heal ailments. Little did they know that these gifts, inherited through generations, would soon be twisted into evidence of her supposed malevolence. The first to raise the alarm was a young girl, sickly and pale, who had been visited by Maria days before. "I saw her. She made me drink a potion." The accusation fell like a heavy stone on the hearts of the villagers. They had grown up with tales of witches and demons, and suddenly the lines between reality and myth began to blur. Maria, once a gentle spirit among them, was now the embodiment of all that was feared. Her fate became an ominous whisper on the lips of the villagers, and they began to gather in a frenzy, demanding justice, eager to vanquish the evil that lurked among them. The church, with its towering steeples and ironclad authority, seized this opportunity. The inquisitors, clad in their dark robes, arrived with their own agendas. They sought to root out not just witches but dissenters, those who dared to question their proclamations. Trials were held hastily, often in the dead of night, where the accused had little chance to defend themselves. Torture became a tool, a dark instrument to extract confessions, turning the innocent into guilty shadows of their former selves. In the dim light of the makeshift courtroom, tension crackled like static electricity. Maria stood, trembling, her heart pounding in a rhythm that echoed the fear in the eyes of those who watched. The inquisitors hurled accusations like daggers, each word a strike against her fragile spirit. "You conspired with the devil. You brought sickness upon us." The crowd murmured in agreement, swept up in a frenzy of fear and hatred. They had forgotten Maria's kindness, her laughter that once danced through the village. Now she was reduced to a specter of evil, a scapegoat for their anxieties. As the trials unfolded, more names were dragged into the storm. A young mother, known for her beauty and grace, found herself thrust into a nightmare when a jealous neighbor accused her of witchcraft. "She bewitched my husband," the woman cried, her voice pregnant with rage. The villagers, blinded by jealousy and fear, turned on her without hesitation. The torturers had their hands full as confessions spilled forth like dark secrets. One by one, the accused fell into despair, their voices silenced by pain. In the shadow of the church's power, justice became a twisted farce. The smell of burning flesh wafted through the air as stakes were set ablaze. The cries of the innocent filled the night, mingling with the crackling of flames, creating a haunting melody that would linger in the hearts of those who bore witness. Men and women who had once shared laughter over simple meals now turned into a mob, blinded by fear, chasing after phantoms. The trials took on a life of their own, spiraling into a madness that seemed unstoppable. Each accusation bred new ones, fueling an insatiable hunger for blood. Families were torn apart, friendships shattered, as suspicion became an all-consuming fire. With every trial, the stakes grew higher. The inquisitors, intoxicated by their newfound power, sought to root out even the slightest hint of dissent. They appeared as harbingers of a dark age, where innocence was no shield against the crushing weight of hysteria. They reveled in their authority, convinced of their righteousness, while countless lives were shattered in the process. As the moon rose high, silhouetting the village against a backdrop of chaos, a sense of doom hung over the land. The air was thick with the cries of the damned, and the village, once vibrant with life, felt as though it had been swallowed by shadows. The fires burned both in the hearts of the villagers and on the stakes where they piled the remains of the condemned. Some began to question the madness, whispering amongst themselves. What if we are the true witches, they wondered, trembling at the thought. But fear is a tyrant that silences doubt, and before long, those who dared to speak against the tide found themselves ensnared in its grip. Each whisper of dissent was met with suspicion, forcing them deeper into silence, a silence that echoed with the screams of the innocent. Amidst the turmoil, a small glimmer of hope flickered in the form of a brave soul, a young man named Tomas. He had watched his neighbors, friends, and family fall into despair, and something inside him ignited, a fire fueled by the injustice he witnessed. He began to document the trials, capturing the stories of those lost in the madness, their names etched into the pages of a dark history. The flickering flame of truth threatened to ignite a revolution against the tyranny of fear. But would it be enough to break the chains binding the villagers to their delusions? As whispers of Tomas's rebellion spread, the shadows lengthened, and the stakes climbed ever higher. The trials were far from over, and the people of the Philippines were about to be swept into an even darker chapter where the boundaries between good and evil blurred beyond recognition. The air crackled with tension, a prelude to the storm that would soon erupt, tearing apart the very fabric of their reality. In a quiet corner of a bustling city, a soft glow emanates from a small shop tucked between a bakery and a bookstore. The sign above the door reads, "The Enchanted Nook," and inside the air is thick with the scent of dried herbs and incense, mingling with the faint sound of a wind chime. Here, in this sanctuary, the modern-day witch practices her craft, a tapestry woven from ancient traditions and contemporary beliefs. At first glance, she appears unassuming, a woman in her 30s with unruly curls and a patchwork shawl draped over her shoulders. Yet there's a magnetic energy about her, a quiet confidence that draws people in. Her name is Alara, and she is a keeper of wisdom passed down through generations. The flickering candles cast shadows that dance on the walls as she prepares for the day's rituals. Each item on her shelf tells a story, crystals that hum with energy, herbs that whisper secrets, and books filled with knowledge older than time. Ilara believes that magic exists in the everyday, in the mundane moments that often slip by unnoticed. She pours her heart into each potion and charm, infusing them with intention and love. Customers come seeking guidance, each with their own burdens, searching for clarity in a world that often feels chaotic. They sit across from her at a small table, nervously clutching their hands as they share their troubles. In those moments, Ilara becomes a bridge between the seen and the unseen, her voice soothing as she offers wisdom derived from ancient practices. Her practices echo the past, where the witch was often a healer, an herbalist, or a wise woman in the community. The fear of witchcraft that once swept through villages has faded, giving way to a new understanding. No longer are witches seen as evil or malevolent. Instead, they are embraced as spiritual guides. Ilara's heart swells with pride as she acknowledges the shift, the understanding that witchcraft is a path of healing, empowerment, and connection to nature. As dusk falls, Ilara prepares for the evening's gathering, a circle of women drawn together by their shared desire for sisterhood and strength. They arrive one by one, each bringing a unique energy that fills the space with warmth and laughter. They shed their everyday worries at the door, stepping into a world where magic flows freely. Candles are lit, and each woman is invited to share a piece of her story, weaving a tapestry of shared experiences and support. In this sacred space, they chant ancient incantations, invoking the spirits of nature and the elements. Ilara stands at the center, guiding them through rituals that intertwine the old with the new, a smudging ceremony to cleanse their spirits, a meditation to connect with their inner selves. Their voices rise together in a harmonious blend, echoing through the night, breaking through the silence, calling on the power within each of them. Yet beneath the layers of comfort lies an undercurrent of tension. Outside, the world remains skeptical, casting judgment on those who dare to embrace the mystical. The headlines scream of witch hunts in the modern age, a chilling reminder that the past is never truly gone. Ilara feels the weight of history, the lives lost in the name of fear. She turns her gaze to the flickering candlelight. A silent vow forming in her heart, to never allow that darkness to extinguish the light of knowledge and community. The gathering ends, but the night is still young. As the women leave, Elara walks to the window, peering out at the moon hanging high in the sky. Its silvery light bathes the earth, illuminating the path of the witch. Magic is not just a relic of the past. It is alive, pulsing through the veins of those who dare to believe. Elara knows she is not alone in this journey. A new wave of witches is rising, reclaiming their power and crafting a future where they are free to express their beliefs without fear. The next day, Elara wakes with the sun spilling through her window, illuminating her altar, a sacred space adorned with crystals, candles, and symbols of protection. Today, she will host a workshop focused on herbal remedies, an ancient art that has seen a resurgence in the modern world. Participants arrive with notebooks in hand, eager to learn about the healing properties of plants, the very same knowledge that once flourished in the hands of wise women centuries ago. With each herb Elara presents, she shares stories, tales of their historical significance, the rituals associated with them, how they were used in times of need. She recounts the witch trials, the fear that turned neighbor against neighbor, and how the whispers of these women still linger in the earth. The workshop transforms into more than just a class. It becomes a healing circle where they honor the past and take back what was stolen from those who came before them. As the day wanes, Elara reflects on the duality of existence. There is beauty in the magic, but there is also pain in the remembrance of those who suffered. The witch hunts may have ceased, but the journey of reawakening is ongoing. Each potion brewed, each candle lit, is an act of defiance against the shadows of history. The modern witch embraces both light and dark, understanding that to be whole, one must acknowledge every part of oneself. That night, as Elara prepares for bed, she feels a stirring within. Her heart races with the anticipation of what tomorrow might bring. In the quiet of her sanctuary, she knows that her role is more than just a practitioner. It is to be a beacon of hope and transformation in a world that often feels fragmented. The stories of the past intertwine with the present, and she stands at the center, a living testament to the magic of resilience, forging connections that transcend time and space. Elara's journey is only beginning, for the modern-day witch is not just a solitary figure. She is part of a collective, a vibrant community that spans the globe, united by a quest for understanding and empowerment. They gather in circles, online forums, and at festivals, celebrating their shared beliefs and practices. Together, they weave a rich tapestry of history and modernity, each thread representing a voice, a story, a spark of magic that refuses to dim. As the moon rises once more, Elara feels the pulse of the universe echoing in her heart. The night is alive with energy, and she knows that somewhere, perhaps in a distant land, other witches are casting their spells and sharing their stories. The past, present, and future collide in this moment, a reminder that the magic of the witch is not just a vestige of history, but a living, breathing force that will continue to shape the world for generations to come. Under the glow of the crescent moon, shadows twisted and danced among the trees, murmuring secrets that only the night could hear. The air crackled with untamed energy, a palpable tension that set the heart racing. Somewhere in the Philippines, festivals ignited the night with tales of ancient magic, of witches and spirits that whispered through the fern-laden forests. These were not just events. They were the living heartbeat of a culture that refused to be silenced. In a small town nestled near the shores of Leyte, the people prepared for the Pahias festival, a vibrant celebration of harvest that had taken on new meanings over the generations. Yet, beneath the bright colors and the sweet aroma of rice cakes, an undercurrent of witchcraft simmered. Old women, their wrinkled hands deftly weaving amulets, exchanged knowing glances as they whispered incantations passed down through centuries. Each talisman held not just protection, but a piece of their soul, a connection to the unseen forces that roamed the night. As the festival unfolded, vibrant parades filled the streets, but it was the rituals that captured the spirits of those present. A ceremonial dance, performed by young women dressed in flowing garments, reverberated with the echoes of ancient rites. Each step beckoned the spirits of the earth, while the hypnotic beat of the drums resonated in the chests of the onlookers. Hearts raced in synchrony with the rhythm, and an electric charge seemed to pulse through the crowd, igniting their fears and desires alike. Meanwhile, in the hills of Bengay, the Lumad people gathered for their own unique celebration, the Basi Festival. This festival honored the spirit of the land and the ancestral knowledge of healing and witchcraft. Among the vibrant tapestry of traditional attire, a group of elders stood in a circle, their voices rising in a haunting chant that echoed through the temperate air. They were the keepers of forgotten stories, guardians of spells that could soothe or incite, and their presence lent an otherworldly weight to the occasion. As the evening deepened, the atmosphere shifted. Flickering bonfires illuminated the faces of the crowd, revealing a mixture of fascination and fear. Some people averted their eyes, wary of the unseen, while others leaned closer, drawn by an insatiable curiosity. It was in these moments, under the gaze of the stars, that the true essence of witchcraft revealed itself, not as a source of malice but as a path to understanding the balance between humanity and the spirit world. A gust of wind swept through the assembly, stirring the embers and sending a shiver down spines. Stories mingled with laughter, but an uneasy silence fell as a figure emerged from the shadows. Clad in a cloak woven from the night itself, the town's witch, known only as Alona, stepped forward. Her eyes sparkled with mischief, a reflection of the mysteries she held. A mixture of awe and fear rippled through the crowd. She was both a revered healer and a feared sorceress. Alona raised her hands and the world seemed to hush. With a voice that was both melodic and haunting, she recounted tales of love spells that could bind hearts or curses that could shatter lives. The crowd gasped, captivated by her every word. As she weaved her narratives, she invited them to feel the weight of their stories, to embrace the magic within their own lives. Emotions surged, raw and unfiltered, as old wounds and desires surfaced, revealing the deep connection they all shared with the unseen. The night pressed on, and in the distance the sound of clanging metal echoed through the forest. The Kalinga tribe celebrated their own ritual, the Duyog Festival, marking the end of the harvest season. Their warriors, adorned with intricate tattoos and feathered headdresses, danced with fervor, embodying the spirit of their ancestors. The air hummed with energy, a reminder that the lineage of witchcraft was not merely a relic of the past but a living entity that thrived within their culture. As the dancers moved, the heartbeat of the earth seemed to resonate in tandem, reminding everyone of their connection to the land and the spirits that inhabited it. There was a raw beauty in their movements, a reflection of the potency of their beliefs. The boundary between the known and the mysterious faded, and for a moment, the crowd felt the flicker of real magic, the kind that binds communities, that empowers individuals to embrace both light and shadow. In the evening haze of a remote village in Mindanao, the people prepared for the Nyog-Nyogan festival, which celebrated the abundance of coconuts but also held deeper meanings rooted in the realm of witchcraft. Here, the coconut tree was revered not just for its fruit, but for its connection to the divine. Rituals performed during the festival echoed the ancient belief that the spirit of the coconut could transport messages between the living and the dead. Villagers adorned themselves with garlands made of coconut leaves, their laughter ringing out as they shared stories of lost loved ones and playful spirits. Among the festivities, a young girl named Lyra watched with wide eyes, her heart pounding in her chest. She'd always felt a pull toward the mystical side of her heritage. As the night deepened, she felt a whisper in the wind, a call to embrace her own gifts. Lyra's world began to shift as she glimpsed the connections between her ancestors, the earth, and the ethereal forces that swirled around her. She could sense the energy crackling through the air, a potent reminder that magic was alive and waiting to be acknowledged. And then, just as the celebration reached its peak, the sky erupted in a shower of fireworks, illuminating the darkened landscape. Hearts raced in unison, each explosion intertwining with the histories of the past, as the spirits of the witches danced in celebration, weaving their stories through time. Lyra closed her eyes against the brilliance, feeling the weight of her ancestors' presence, a reminder that she was never alone. The night sang with the voices of those who came before, the laughter of children mingling with the whispered warnings of the wise. As the stars twinkled above, it became clear that these festivals were more than mere celebrations. They were invitations to remember, to feel, and to believe in the magic that thrums just beneath the surface of everyday life. The tension, the excitement, the fear of the unknown, all coalesced into a powerful force that drew people together, threading their individual stories into a vast tapestry of shared experience. The dances continued, the drums pounded like thunder, and the earth kept its secrets close, waiting for those brave enough to seek them. The night would not end. It would spiral into the next phase of existence, where the dramas of life and the mysteries of witchcraft intertwined, forever binding the destinies of those who dared to dream. The moon hung low, casting an eerie glow over the quiet village nestled in the lush hills of the Philippines. A soft wind rustled through the leaves, carrying with it the whispers of ancient traditions and untold stories. In the shadows, the image of an old woman, hunched and solitary, moved between the trees, her fingers tracing the worn amulets hanging from her neck. They were not just ornaments. They were a lifeline to a past steeped in magic and mystery. For generations, witchcraft had been woven into the fabric of Filipino life, a blend of indigenous beliefs and the remnants of Spanish colonial influence. The villagers knew her as Mangnena, a healer and a seer, feared and revered in equal measure. Her potions simmered and bubbled with secrets. Her incantations were a bridge between the living and the spirit world. Yet, with the onslaught of modernization and globalization, the air grew thick with uncertainty. What would become of the traditions that shaped their very identity? As technology spread its wings across the archipelago, a new world began to infiltrate the hearts and minds of the people. The allure of social media, the promise of faster medicines, and the convenience of modern life called out to the youth. They grew restless, turning their backs on the old ways, eager to chase the bright lights of the global stage. The community began to fracture, and with it, the ancient practices that once bound them together started to fade. One evening, a curious group of young adults gathered around their smartphones, laughter spilling into the night. They shared videos of so-called witch hunts from different parts of the world, the thrill of the unknown igniting a spark of excitement in their eyes. But below the surface, a chill crept in, a reminder of the very real consequences of misunderstanding what they mocked. The laughter grew louder, yet the shadows in Mangnena's heart deepened, a haunting melody of despair. The knowledge that her craft, once respected, was now a mere spectacle for entertainment weighed heavily on her spirit. In this swirling tempest of change, the traditional healers found themselves at a crossroads. Some turned to the internet, hoping to preserve their wisdom in a digital age. They created social media accounts, sharing their remedies and rituals, hoping that the virtual world would breathe new life into their fading practices. But as the followers increased, so did the danger. The intimate nature of spirituality, once shared in whispers, became a trending hashtag. Stripped of its sacredness, turned into a commodity. They were no longer practitioners, they became entertainers. Their authenticity diluted in the bright colors of viral fame. In the shadows, a darker specter loomed. As globalization brought progress, it also ushered in a wave of skepticism. Science was king in this new world, and anything that seemed supernatural was dismissed as superstition. The old ways were not just overlooked, they became targets of ridicule. Manananggal felt the weight of judgment like an iron shackle on her heart. Each dismissive comment about her craft echoed in her mind, a haunting reminder of what was at stake. Yet, the tides of change could not erase the power of belief. Across the islands, whispers of discontent grew louder. People who had once turned to Manananggal for solace began to seek her out once more. They faced challenges that the New World could not fix: broken hearts, unhealed wounds, the lingering shadow of loss. They returned, not just for potions, but for the connection, the understanding that came with her ancient wisdom. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, a young woman named Clara approached Manananggal's hut. With tear-streaked cheeks, she recounted her struggles with anxiety and fear, emotions that the modern world seemed unable to alleviate. Manananggal listened, her heart aching. She took Clara's hands, rough like weathered bark, and began to chant. The air thickened, the world outside fading as the veil between the realms thinned. Clara felt a warmth that traveled through her, a comfort that transcended the boundaries of time and culture. In that moment, globalization seemed to lose its grip, and the ancient ways whispered back to life. The connection ignited something within Clara, a forgotten strength. The healing that flowed through her was not just about the herbs or the words. It was about recognizing the power of community, of shared experiences that had been overshadowed by a fast-paced world. As the moon crested high above, illuminating the village, voices echoed through the night, a symphony of the past weaving into the present. Manananggal, a symbol of resilience, stood firm against the tides of change. Villagers began to gather, drawn together by the magnetic pull of their shared heritage. They formed a circle, hands interlinked, sharing stories of love, loss, and magic under the watchful gaze of the night sky. But as the warmth of tradition wrapped around them like a familiar blanket, the outside world continued to push against their fragile boundary. Globalization, with its treacherous duality, crept into their hearts. For every rekindled tradition there was a whisper of doubt, a shadow of modernity that threatened to eclipse the past. Would the warmth of the circle withstand the cold winds of change, or would it flicker and fade, like a candle in the storm? The tension hung thick as the villagers contemplated their future. They were caught between two worlds, one that offered convenience and one that held their souls. As they gazed into the flickering flames, the embers glowed bright. Casting a spell of hope, the night stretched on, with Manananggal at the center, weaving the stories of old with the threads of new dreams, a tapestry of resilience that would echo through generations. And so, the moon watched over them, a silent guardian of a world caught in transformation, where every choice held the weight of history, and every whisper of magic fought against the tide of uncertainty. The challenge remained: could they hold on to their roots while reaching for the stars? The answer lingered in the air, like a promise yet to be fulfilled, waiting for the dawn to break. The moon hung low and heavy in the sky, casting eerie shadows on the ground, as if nature itself was holding its breath. In a small village in the Philippines, whispers floated through the air like autumn leaves, a mix of wonder and fear. It was the time of the year when the veil between the living and the spirits grew thin, and tales of witches, or Mangkukulam, danced on the lips of the townsfolk. Each story carried a shiver, a promise of magic intertwined with dread, as the line between reality and the supernatural blurred. Throughout Filipino literature, the theme of witchcraft resonates deeply, echoing the fears, traditions, and beliefs of the people. From the ancient sagas to the contemporary novels, witches are often portrayed as figures of power, cunning, and, at times, tragedy. In many stories, they are not merely villains but complex characters shaped by their circumstances, often reflecting society's struggles against oppression and ignorance. One could feel the pulse of history in these tales, a testament to the deep-rooted anxieties and aspirations of a culture navigating through colonization and change. In the works of José Rizal, the Philippines' national hero, the theme of witchcraft is not overtly present, yet it lingers in the background like a specter. Rizal knew well how fear could manipulate the masses. He understood how witchcraft was often used as a tool by those in power to control and subjugate. The concept of the Mangkukulam in Rizal's time was both a source of fear and a reflection of societal injustices. The witch hunts of the Spanish era were not just about the supernatural. They were a manifestation of the desperation and paranoia that plagued a people under foreign rule. As the townsfolk gathered around the flickering light of a makeshift bonfire, a woman named Aling Nena recounted tales of her grandmother, a healer whose knowledge of herbs and potions earned her a dual reputation as both a wise woman and a witch. Her hands trembled slightly as she spoke, her voice a mixture of reverence and fear. "They called her a witch," she said, her eyes wide with the weight of memory. But she only wanted to help. She healed the sick and brought comfort to the grieving. Yet, in this world, kindness can often be mistaken for malice. The listeners leaned in, captivated. The air was thick with a shared understanding of how easily love could be twisted into fear. Stories like Aling Nena's reflect a recurring theme in Filipino literature, the duality of witchcraft as both a gift and a curse. In these narratives, witches often embody the spirit of resistance against patriarchal structures, challenging the norms that dictate their existence. Through the folklore of the Mangkukulam, women reclaim their agency in a world that seeks to silence them. They wield their powers not just for harm but also for healing, demonstrating the complex nature of their identities. Take, for instance, the tale of a young woman named Maria who was accused of witchcraft after her village suffered a series of misfortunes. In the eyes of the community, she became the scapegoat for their collective fears and failures. Underneath the cloak of accusation lay a deeper truth, a society grappling with its own insecurities, projecting its fears onto the most vulnerable among them. The reader can't help but feel the weight of injustice as Maria navigates the treacherous waters of prejudice and superstition. She is both a victim and a symbol of the courage it takes to stand against ignorance. Moreover, witchcraft in Filipino literature often serves as a metaphor for the broader struggles of the Filipino people. It acts as a mirror reflecting the realities of colonial oppression, social inequality, and the quest for identity. In the powerful prose of contemporary writers, the witch becomes a figure of empowerment, embodying the resilience of a nation striving to reclaim its narrative. These themes resonate with urgency, pulling readers into a whirlwind of emotions as they confront the very fabric of their society. As the night deepened, the shadows around the bonfire seemed to grow longer, and the stories took on a life of their own. A sudden gust of wind stirred the flames, making them dance wildly, igniting a palpable tension in the air. The villagers exchanged nervous glances, each heart racing with the thrill of the unknown. Were these stories simply folklore, or were they warnings woven with truth? The boundary between the seen and the unseen felt just a heartbeat away. In these moments, the tales of witchcraft become more than mere stories. They become a living, breathing testament to the complexities of human experience. The themes of betrayal, power, and the search for truth resonate across generations, binding the past to the present. The reader is left breathless, teetering on the edge of revelation, yearning for the next story to unfold. Each character, each twist of fate, becomes a reminder of the enduring spirit of those who have come before and those yet to come. And just as the fire began to die down, a new voice emerged from the shadows, a newcomer with tales of their own. The anticipation hung thick in the air. Who were they? What secrets did they bring? In a society steeped in tradition and fear, every story held the potential for transformation. The village, cloaked in darkness, came alive with possibilities, each whisper resonating with the promise of something greater. As the flames flickered, a new chapter beckoned. The stories of witchcraft swirling with the chance of redemption, power, and, ultimately, the truth that lay hidden beneath the surface. Under the heavy, brooding sky of a small Filipino town, the air crackles with a tension that hangs like the thick, sweet scent of ripe mangoes. The villagers whisper tales that curl and flicker like shadows in the torch's glow. A child stirs, clutching tightly to a tattered doll, while an elder recounts stories of those who once danced with spirits and wielded the power of unseen forces. Witchcraft has always been a double-edged sword in these parts, a delicate balance of fear and fascination that runs through the veins of every soul. The moon rises, casting a silver sheen on the uneven cobblestones, and as the night deepens, so do the stories. There's a woman in the village, they say, Isabel, whose hands can heal or harm. To some, she's a healer, drawing from ancient roots and knowledge passed down through generations. To others, she is a witch, a being who walks the thin line between the divine and the damned. The locals tread carefully around her, their gazes a mixture of respect and suspicion. After all, who can determine the morals of magic? Once upon a time, the town was alive with laughter and music, but that faded when the whispers grew louder. A neighbor's child fell ill, fevered and restless. In hushed tones, some laid the blame at Isabel's feet, accusing her of dark sorcery. Their fingers pointed like arrows, and soon the village was divided. Those who sought her out for healing found themselves at odds with those who wanted her gone. Unbeknownst to them, Isabel's pain cut deeper than any accusation could wound. With every whispered name, a piece of her heart seemed to wither like the leaves of a dying tree. In the flickering firelight, a group of villagers gathered, their faces illuminated by the flames that danced in the night. "The spirits demand respect," an old man proclaimed, a gnarled hand raised high. "To call upon them is to tread in sacred waters, but beware, for the price of magic is steep, and the ethics of witchcraft are wrapped in mystery." The fire crackled, punctuating the weight of his words. They recalled tales of ancestors who had walked these same paths, who had summoned rain to nourish their fields or whispered charms to protect their loved ones. Yet there were also tales of curses unleashed upon those who wronged the practitioner, stories that left a chill in the bones. Morality here was not black and white, it was a swirling mist, a spectrum colored by intention, belief, and consequence. A shiver ran down the spine of a young man named Thomas as he listened. He had always been drawn to the magical. The night sky, filled with stars, felt like an invitation, a promise of untold wonders. Yet, as he absorbed the stories of Isabel, he couldn't escape the gnawing dread that pricked his conscience. What if the power of witchcraft could corrupt? What if, in seeking to heal, one could just as easily destroy? That thought clung to him, haunting like a specter. The villagers were not merely afraid of the unknown. They were terrified of their own shadows. They had seen friendships torn apart by suspicion, families crumbled under the weight of jealousy. The ethics of witchcraft, they believed, were as potent as the spells themselves, capable of bringing both light and darkness. One stormy evening, when the heavens unleashed their fury, Isabel found herself at the edge of the jungle. She could hear the distant cries of animals, echoing like whispers of the past. Rain soaked her clothes, but she stood firm. The spirits were restless tonight, their energy crackling through the air, calling to her. She felt their presence, both comforting and foreboding, a reminder that with great power came an even greater responsibility. As she spoke to the night, her voice was a soft incantation, summoning ancient wisdom. "What is morality, if not the compass by which we navigate our choices?" she mused aloud, the rain washing away her fears, if only for a moment. To wield magic is to hold the heart of another in your hands. We must choose wisely. Meanwhile, the villagers, eyes wide with fear, gathered in a circle. They had decided to confront Isabel, to seek answers to questions that twisted in their minds like a vine. "What is it that you want from us?" one of them shouted, his voice trembling with a mix of anger and fear. "Do you seek vengeance, or is it healing?" Isabel turned to face them, her heart pounding like a drum. "My purpose has never been to harm. I stand between the world of the living and the realm of spirits. I am merely a vessel." Her voice, strained yet steady, echoed in the stillness. To be a witch is to embrace the duality of existence. Love and hate, healing and hurting, they all reside within us. A tense silence enveloped the group, filled with the weight of unspoken fears and desires. A woman stepped forward, tears glistening in her eyes. "My son is sick, Isabel. I've heard you can help him." The plea hung in the air, heavy with desperation. It was a thread that could either bind them together or unravel the very fabric of their community. In that moment, the ethics of witchcraft shifted like a shadow. Isabel could feel the weight of her decisions pressing down on her. She could heal the boy, but at what cost? Would the villagers finally see her as a savior, or would their fear consume her once and for all? As the winds howled and the storm intensified, morality twisted and turned, unfurling like smoke in the dark. The night was alive with possibilities, each choice carrying the weight of history of countless lives intertwined by fate and fear. Isabel's resolve hardened. She stepped forward, heart racing, knowing that every spell cast and every word spoken would ripple through the very fabric of their existence. "Come with me," she said, her voice barely above a whisper yet echoing with authority. The villagers hesitated, their hearts pounding with uncertainty. But it was in that moment of decision that the true nature of witchcraft emerged, revealing not just the potential for power, but the profound burden of responsibility. Would they choose to walk with her into the unknown, or would they turn back, shackled by their fears? The storm raged on, and as Isabel led the way, the line between ethics and magic blurred, a thread connecting them all to a destiny yet to unfold. A chill swept through the air of a dimly lit cottage, where shadows danced on the walls, flickering with the flames of a single candle. The scent of dried herbs and the faint echo of whispered incantations filled the room, wrapping around the heart like a comforting shroud. In that space, the line between reality and the ethereal blurred, a place where the ancient art of healing intertwined intimately with the mysterious and the mystical. In villages scattered throughout Europe, the figure of the wise woman or cunning man was both revered and feared. They were the keepers of old knowledge, the bridge between the seen and unseen. With hands that had healed countless ailments, they mixed potions from roots and herbs, believing that nature held the cure to every affliction. Yet, lurking behind their gentle smiles was a power that sent shivers down the spines of the superstitious. Some called it witchcraft, a dangerous term that hung heavy in the air, a word that could condemn a person to a fiery end. In the town of Salem, Massachusetts, the air crackled with tension as fear gripped the community. Whispers echoed in the streets. "She saw my child. He cursed my livestock." Accusations flew like arrows, piercing the hearts of those who simply sought to heal. The witch trials ignited a frenzy, a chaotic dance of hysteria that transformed neighbors into enemies. Mothers were torn from their children, and the innocent faces of herbalists and healers were twisted into that of monsters. Men and women, once celebrated as healers, now stood on trial, their lives hanging by a thread. The court was a theater of the absurd, where logic and sanity were drowned by a tide of fear. Those who had once nursed the sick back to health were branded as criminals, seen as wielders of dark magic. The judges, with their stern faces and heavy robes, determined that healing arts were nothing more than tools of the devil. Across the ocean, in the misty hills of ancient Britain, another story was unfolding. Here, a woman named Morwenna sat in her secluded cottage, surrounded by the warmth of a bubbling cauldron. Her hands moved deftly through bundles of herbs, each with a purpose, each with a story. As she crushed dried lavender, the scent wrapped around her like a protective cloak. She understood the delicate balance of life and death, pain and relief. Her reputation as a healer drew people from miles around, desperate for her touch, for her magic. But even among the trusting, the specter of fear lingered. A neighbor, clutching a sick child, hesitated at Morwenna's door. Despite her knowledge, the woman's heart raced, tinged with the unease instilled by tales of witchcraft. Morwenna, sensing the hesitation, spoke softly, her voice soothing as a gentle breeze. "Fear not," she whispered, "for I am here to help." The warmth of her words momentarily dispelled the cold shadows of doubt, yet the weight of history loomed large. The threat of persecution was never far behind. As the moon hung high, casting an ethereal glow, the followers of the old ways gathered in secret. In the depths of the forest, they lit fires, their flickering lights beckoning to the creatures of the night. The air hummed with sacred chants, each voice rising and falling like the tide. They understood the power of community, the strength in numbers. Together, they formed a shield against the encroaching darkness, the fear that threatened to extinguish the light of their ancient knowledge. Magic, in its many forms, was a powerful ally. Potent spells and charms were woven into the fabric of healing, providing not just physical remedies but also emotional solace to the weary soul. A simple charm placed beneath a pillow could ease a restless mind, while a carefully concocted potion could mend a broken heart or soothe a troubled spirit. Yet, for every healer who turned to magic with good intentions, there were those who succumbed to darker paths. The lure of power could twist even the most benevolent of hearts. The balance between healing and harm was precarious, and the line often blurred. When a healer turned to malice, the community's fear deepened, further fueling the bloodlust for justice against perceived witchcraft. In a small village in Germany, tales of a healer named Anneliese echoed through the cobblestone streets. Villagers lined up outside her door, their faces etched with hope, desperate for her remedies. She brewed teas from wildflowers and whispered incantations over sickbeds, bringing comfort to the ailing. But as rumors spread of her ability to speak to spirits, fear took root. The villagers, once her protectors, began to look at her with suspicion. One fateful night, a child fell gravely ill. The frantic parents rushed to Anneliese's door, but as they knocked, they were intercepted by a crowd driven by fear. "She has cursed our village," they shouted, voices rising in a storm of anger. In that moment, the delicate threads of trust unraveled, and the line between healer and witch was drawn in blood. As the flames lit the night sky, a primal scream echoed in the darkness, a sound that would linger in the hearts of many. The fire, once a source of light, now became a symbol of loss. The world turned, and the balance of magic and medicine hung in the air, heavy and uncertain. Through the ages, the intersection of witchcraft and healing continued to pulse with life. In dreams and whispers, the ancient knowledge persevered, waiting for the moment to rise once more as the souls of those who had been wronged lingered like shadows, calling out for recognition. The stories, steeped in both terror and hope, flowed through the veins of history, waiting to be told, waiting for someone to listen, maybe someone who had the power to change the narrative. And as the fires of history flickered and faded, another chapter awaited, filled with the promise of understanding and the desperate quest for healing that never truly ends. The lines between magic and medicine would continue to weave together, creating a tapestry rich in emotion, laden with the weight of the past and the shimmering possibilities of the future. In the dim light of a flickering candle, shadows danced on the walls, creating the illusion of figures moving in the corners of the room. The air was thick with tension, as whispers of enchantment and dread filled the night. Somewhere in the depth of the woods, a woman adorned in black, her long hair flowing like a river of darkness, stirred a cauldron bubbling with secrets. In the Philippines, the image of witches has transformed through the years, from terrifying figures that inspired fear to complex characters that elicit empathy. Once upon a time, witches were seen as harbingers of misfortune, their presence heralding sickness or poor harvests. Villagers spoke in hushed tones about the Mangkukulam, those who wielded dark magic, summoning spirits to do their bidding. They were feared, often scapegoated during times of crisis, and many were accused and ostracized, their lives forever altered by suspicion and paranoia. The story of Maria, a young woman with a gift for healing, turned tragic as she was branded a witch simply because the crops failed after her arrival. The villagers turned their backs on her, their hearts hardened by fear and ignorance. As the years went by, the depiction of witches began to shift. The Spanish colonial period introduced new narratives, intermingling European superstitions with local lore. Witches became symbols of rebellion against oppressive forces, daring women who defied societal norms. They were no longer just villains. They were empowered figures who fought against injustice. This transformation echoed through the stories told in the plazas and whispered in the streets. It wasn't just fear any longer. It was a flicker of admiration, a longing for strength in a world of subjugation. Fast forward to the rise of Philippine cinema in the 20th century. Films began to weave intricate tales of witches that captivated audiences. The character of the witch became multifaceted. She was often portrayed as both victim and villain, reflecting the complexity of Filipino society. In movies, she danced between the realms of good and evil, her powers both a blessing and a curse. The 1970s and 1980s saw the birth of iconic characters that embodied both allure and danger. The film Tiyanak, which featured a witch-like creature, captivated viewers while also instilling a sense of unease. The camera would linger on her piercing gaze, and a chill would run down spines, drawing audiences into her captivating world where magic was just a heartbeat away. Television, too, started to embrace this enchanting duality. Characters like the sorceress in Manananggal emerged, bringing a blend of glamour and malice to screens across the nation. Each episode left viewers on the edge of their seats, wondering whether the witch's heart would soften or if her darkness would consume her. The drama was palpable as families gathered around flickering screens, drawn into stories that felt dangerously close to their own realities. Then, in the heart of the 21st century, a new wave of media arose that shifted the portrayal of witches once more. Today's storytellers are using the magic of the past to create narratives that speak to present struggles. The modern witch is no longer merely a figure of fear, but is often a symbol of empowerment, a representation of women who own their strength and reject societal limitations. Shows like Ang Sa Iyo Ay Akin introduced witches as complex characters who fight for their dreams and their families, intertwining the supernatural with the everyday challenges of Filipino life. They are no longer just in the shadows. They are in the spotlight, demanding attention and respect. Yet, with this evolution comes a haunting undertone. The very essence of being labeled a witch still lingers in modern society, echoing the past's harsh treatment of those who dared to defy norms. The stories reflect a society grappling with its history while forging a new narrative. The line between light and dark continues to blur, leaving viewers questioning their perceptions of good and evil. As the camera pans over a bustling marketplace, we see echoes of the past: women with herbal remedies, children who whisper of spells learned from their grandmothers. The roots of ancient beliefs run deep, and despite the changing tides of media, the witch remains a fascinating, sometimes troubling, symbol of femininity and power. In this landscape, the stories unfold, each character a reflection of the collective experience of a nation shaped by colonization, tradition, and the relentless pursuit of identity. The villainous witch, once a dreaded figure, has morphed into a vibrant persona, a reminder that even those who wander in shadows can illuminate the darkest paths. These tales don't just entertain, They provoke thought and stir feelings of nostalgia, fear, and even hope. The witch of today is a testimony to resilience, a mirror to the struggles of women who have been both revered and reviled throughout history. With every story told, she becomes a chorus that echoes the complexities of existence. As the sun sets, casting an orange glow across the horizon, the stories continue to unfold, weaving through the lives of those captivated by their magic. The world of witches in Philippine media is forever evolving, each new tale adding layers to an already rich tapestry. And as the shadows grow longer and the night deepens, the enchanting dance of light and dark persists, leaving the audience craving more, hungry for the next chapter in a story that never truly ends. The air was thick with the scent of ripe mangoes and damp earth, mingling with the distant sound of a crow's call. Beneath the sprawling branches of an ancient belate tree, a small gathering of villagers whispered in hushed tones, their eyes sparkling with a mix of fear and reverence. The moon hung low in the sky, casting an eerie glow as they awaited the arrival of the town's healer, known affectionately as the Mangkukulam. She was a woman woven into the fabric of the community, a bridge between the living and the spirits that danced just beyond the veil of the known. Everyone had heard the tales of her powers, how she could summon the spirits of the forest to heal the sick, and how her remedies were crafted from the very heart of nature. But beyond her mystical abilities was the knowledge that had been passed down through generations, a wealth of ecological wisdom that spoke to the rhythms of life itself. The past echoed in her every word, and the landscape of the Philippines held its breath, waiting for the whispers of the ancients to come alive once more. As she arrived, a soft wind rustled the leaves, as if nature itself was welcoming her home. The villagers instinctively drew closer, their hearts pounding, as they witnessed her graceful movements, a serene blend of confidence and humility. She carried a basket filled with herbs, roots, and flowers, each carefully chosen not just for their medicinal properties but for their connection to the earth. She understood the delicate balance of life. She knew when to harvest, when to plant, and when to let nature take its course. With a gentle smile, she began to speak, her voice calm yet filled with the urgency of truth. "The earth is alive," she said, "and we are but a part of its great story." The villagers leaned in, captivated, as she wove tales of the ancestors who walked these lands and the spirits that still roamed the mountains and rivers. She spoke of the bamboo that bent with the wind but never broke, of the tamarind tree under which many had found shelter and comfort. Her words painted vivid images of harmony and respect, drawing a powerful connection between the people and the world around them. The tales were more than mere stories. They were lessons in sustainability, a guide to living in sync with nature. The healer shared the importance of planting native species, of preserving the rich biodiversity that thrived in the lush jungles. "When we honor the land, we honor ourselves," she proclaimed, her voice resonating with authority and love. "Each plant, each stone, each creature has a role in this ecosystem. Without one, the balance is lost." The villagers nodded, their minds racing with newfound understanding, as the weight of her words settled into their hearts like seeds waiting to sprout. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. A villager, desperate and distraught, rushed forward, his eyes wide with fear. His daughter had fallen ill, her body racked with fever. The healer's expression transformed, urgency replacing serenity. With a swift, decisive motion, she gathered specific leaves from her basket, each one holding the essence of the earth's healing power. The villagers watched, breathless, as she crushed the leaves between her fingers, releasing their potent aroma into the air. It was a dance of life and death, hope and despair. As she worked, the healer spoke of the interconnectedness of all living things. "We are not separate from the world," she urged, "but part of its intricate web. The health of our bodies is tied to the health of our land." Her words ignited a fire within the hearts of the villagers. they began to understand that their actions mattered. Each piece of litter, each tree cut down, echoed through the lands like a ripple in a pond. As night deepened, the healer prepared a potion infused with sacred knowledge, her hands moving deftly. The villagers could feel the air vibrate with anticipation. It was more than a remedy. It was a promise that life would continue, that hope could flourish even in the darkest of times. As she administered the potion to the sick girl, the crowd held its breath, praying for a miracle. In that moment, the healer reached beyond the physical realm, invoking the spirits of the ancestors. Incantations flowed from her lips, a melody woven with respect and gratitude for the earth that sustained them. The villagers felt a shiver run down their spines, a connection unfurling in the cool night air. The very ground beneath them seemed to pulse with the energy of generations, a continuum of love and wisdom. And then it happened. As the potion took effect, the girl's fever broke, her breath steadying, her body relaxing into a calmness that seeped into the hearts of those gathered. Relief washed over them, mingling with tears of gratitude. The healer turned, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and a knowing smile spread across her face. "Life is a circle," she whispered, "and we must be guardians of it." As the night wore on, the villagers began to share their own tales, stories of healing, loss, and the wisdom they had inherited from their forebears. They spoke of the mountains that watched over them and the rivers that flowed with memories. Each story added another thread to the tapestry of their community, binding them more closely to one another and to the earth that cradled their existence. The healer listened intently, her heart swelling with pride for her people. They were learning to see beyond the surface, to appreciate the intricate dance of life that surrounded them. She knew that this was only the beginning, a spark igniting a fire of ecological awareness that would spread like wildfire across the archipelago. And as the last echoes of laughter faded into the night, a soft breeze carried the scent of blooming flowers, a reminder that even in darkness, life found a way to flourish. The villagers felt a renewed sense of purpose, a commitment to protect the land and embrace the wisdom that had been gifted to them through the ages. With the moon as their witness, they vowed to honor their heritage and nurture their connection to the earth, transforming their collective grief into a powerful force for change. The future lay before them, uncharted but filled with endless possibilities, the legacy of the past guiding their steps. In the shadows of the balete tree, the healer smiled softly, feeling the energy of both the spirits and her ancestors surrounding her, a whisper of gratitude in the rustling leaves. The night belonged to them, a silent promise that the cycle of life would continue, that their story was far from over. And with that, the thread of history wove itself seamlessly into the fabric of tomorrow, binding old wisdom with new beginnings, ensuring that the heart of nature would always beat strong in the rhythm of their lives. The village lay still under a shroud of twilight, the air thick with tension. Shadows danced in the flickering light of lanterns, their glow casting long fingers of darkness that seemed to reach out, trailing behind the villagers like whispered secrets. It was a time when the mere mention of witches could send shivers down the spine, conjuring images of cackling figures stirring mysterious brews in cauldrons, their eyes sparkling with the promise of dark magic. Yet, deep within this fear, there thrummed an undeniable fascination, a magnetic pull that drew people closer, even as they recoiled. In the 16th and 17th centuries, the witch hunts swept across Europe like wildfire. Towns were gripped by paranoia, fueled by tales of malevolent women who could shapeshift into animals or summon storms. The air became charged with dread and excitement. People gathered around fires to share stories of supposed witches, their voices low and trembling, their eyes wide as they listened, caught between a thrill of horror and an irresistible curiosity. Could it be true? Did these women hold the power of life and death in their hands? The psychological landscape of fear surrounding witches was vast and complex. Many believed that a witch could curse a neighbor with just a glance, causing misfortune to rain down like a storm. A blight on crops, a sudden illness, or the death of livestock would send fingers pointing. Accusations bubbled to the surface, igniting a frenzy that tore communities apart. The witch trials were not just a hunt for evil. They were a manifestation of deeper societal fears. In a world filled with uncertainty where misfortune could strike at any moment, the need to find someone to blame became a way to reclaim a sense of control. The witch, with her wild hair and piercing gaze, embodied that fear. But there was an allure to her power that no one could ignore. In Salem, Massachusetts, in the late 1600s, the air buzzed with suspicion. The town was gripped by hysteria as young girls began to convulse, claiming that witches tormented them. Within weeks, a chilling spectacle unfolded. Neighbors turned against each other, lovers became accusers, and fear spilled into every corner of daily life. The gallows stood tall, a grim reminder of the town's descent into madness and obsession. As the nooses tightened around the necks of the accused, one could almost hear the collective gasp of the crowd. A sound that mingled terror with a strange thrill. What would happen next? Would they find the true witch among them? But why this fascination? Why this blend of fear and admiration? Witches represented the unknown, a glimpse into a world that lay just beyond the veil of everyday life. They were women who defied norms, shunning the expected roles of dutiful wives and mothers. Instead, they danced to their own tune, often seeking knowledge and wisdom that escaped the understanding of their contemporaries. The witch was a rebel, a figure who wielded power in a society that sought to dominate and control. The community's deep-seated fears about their own vulnerabilities manifested in their desperate need to contain and eliminate the threat that witches posed. As one delved into the biographies of those accused, the stories became hauntingly familiar. They were often women who did not fit neatly into the mold of societal expectations. An elderly healer, known for her remedies, became the target of envy when her neighbors perceived her as a rival. A young woman who expressed her desires too openly was deemed a witch when a scorned lover sought revenge. Each accusation was not just a claim of witchcraft, but a reflection of the turmoil that lived within the hearts of the villagers: longing, jealousy, fear, and betrayal. The line between victim and villain blurred, twisting the hearts of those entangled in this dark web. On the outskirts of the village, a figure wrapped in a tattered cloak watched from the shadows. Her presence sent chills down the spines of children who dared to glance her way. To them, she was the embodiment of all their fears, a living nightmare that whispered dark secrets into the wind. Yet, beneath that ragged exterior lay a woman who understood the power of mystery, the allure of the unknown. She could heal with herbs, yes, but she could also invoke fear with a mere smile. Her world was one where the mystical coexisted with the mundane, a place where the stars guided her and the moon lent her strength. In the dim light of candlelit kitchens, the stories continued to weave their spell. Mothers warned their children to behave lest the witch come for them, and in that warning lay a strange comfort. The fear of witches served as a distraction from the real horrors of life: war, poverty, disease. It was easier to point at a witch hiding in the woods than to confront the demons that lurked in their own hearts. The witch became a symbol, a scapegoat for society's ills, even as she captivated their imaginations. As night fell deeper, the villagers settled into uneasy sleep, their dreams haunted by visions of twisted branches and shadowy figures. Whispers of witchcraft curled around their thoughts, blurring the lines between reality and nightmares. Would they wake to find that the witch had come to claim them? Or was she simply a story, a reflection of their own fears and desires? The tension hung in the air, thick and electric, a promise of what lay ahead. And as dawn broke over the village, the cycle of fear and fascination would continue, each day bringing new tales, new accusations, and a deeper dive into the dark psyche of humanity itself. the witch would remain a figure shrouded in mystery, a potent reminder of all that lay beyond understanding, a force that could either destroy or empower, depending on who wielded the narrative. The dance between fear and fascination had only just begun, echoing through the ages like the faint sound of laughter mixed with screams, reminding everyone that the real magic lay in the minds of those who believed. In the stillness of the night, under a blanket of twinkling stars, an old woman sits by the flickering light of a coconut oil lamp. Her gnarled fingers deftly weave strands of herbs and roots into intricate charms, each one steeped in the whispers of generations gone by. The air is thick with the scent of dried leaves and the faint sound of distant waves crashing against the shore, a lullaby of nature that both comforts and terrifies. For in the Philippines, the line between the known and the unknown is a thin veil, easily torn apart by the weight of ancient beliefs and powerful rituals. Across the sprawling archipelago, each region boasts its own distinct flavor of witchcraft, a kaleidoscope of traditions that echo the diverse cultures of the islands. In the northern highlands of Luzon, the Igorot people invoke the spirits of their ancestors, seeking guidance and protection through rituals that fuse animism with Catholicism. Under the watchful eyes of sacred mountains, they gather to perform the benga, a ritual involving the offering of rice wine and the chanting of prayers, a practice that sends shivers down the spine as the very earth seems to respond to their call. Travel southward, and the landscape shifts dramatically. In the Visayas, the concept of Aswang sends a chill through the bones of those who hear the tales. These night-dwelling creatures, often depicted as shapeshifters, embody the fears of a community, representing the unseen dangers that lurk in the dark. Women, shunned and feared, are often branded as Aswangs, their mere existence twisted into folklores that echo through the bamboo forests. The fear of betrayal and the horror of the unseen manifest in the stories told around flickering fires as children huddle close, their eyes wide with a mix of wonder and terror. In the Mindanao region, the indigenous Lumid people carry with them a rich tapestry of beliefs that intertwine with the natural world. Their shamans, revered and feared, are the bridge between the living and the spirits of the past. When illness strikes or misfortune befalls a family, the community turns to the Balan, spiritual leaders who call upon the spirits for healing. With every chant, every rhythmic beat of the gongs, the air thickens with tension, as if the very fabric of reality is being pulled tighter. The atmosphere crackling with energy. In these moments, the power of belief becomes palpable as the community holds its breath, waiting for the miraculous to unfold. Yet, not all practices are centered on fear. Some are steeped in hope and healing. In the rural towns of Batangas and Laguna, folk healers known as albulario wield their knowledge of herbs with grace. The stories of their miraculous cures spread like wildfire, igniting the imaginations of those yearning for salvation. The laughter of children at play mingles with the whispered prayers of desperate mothers, creating a symphony of life and death. The albulario's hands, stained with the essence of life-giving plants, weave spells of restoration that resonate through the very core of their communities, a lifeline in times of despair. But with every light, there lurks a shadow. In the bustling urban centers where skyscrapers tower over the remnants of tradition, the ancient practices of witchcraft find a new home. Here, people turn to fortune tellers, tarot readers, and those claiming to connect with the spirit world. The allure of quick answers in a rapidly changing society pulls them in, a swirling vortex of desperation and hope. They flock to dimly lit shops where incense dances in the air and the weight of expectation hangs heavy. With every tarot card laid down, with every whispered incantation, the stakes rise and secrets long buried claw at the surface, ready to unravel lives. As thunder rumbles in the distance, foreboding yet familiar, the island of Siquijor emerges, a land infamous for its witchcraft. Here, the Mangkukulam practices a form of black magic that sends tremors through the hearts of locals. Rumors of curses and hexes weave a spell of unease, turning neighbor against neighbor. In hushed tones, they recount tales of jealousy and vengeance, of lives entwined in a web of sorcery. The night air is saturated with tension as the flickering lights of homes cast elongated shadows, each one a reminder of the unseen forces at play. Each region's unique flavor of witchcraft is but a reflection of the people who inhabit it, a tapestry woven from strands of tradition, fear, hope, and the haunting echoes of history. As dusk settles, the old woman continues her work, her charms imbued with the essence of her ancestors. The secrets of the islands pulse like a heartbeat, each variation adding depth to the dark and mystical allure of witchcraft across the archipelago. In this land where the past holds hands with the present, where rituals and beliefs breathe life into the everyday, the stories flow like the winding rivers, endless and unyielding. The air thickens with possibility, and the shadows whisper secrets that beg to be unveiled. In the Philippines, the magic of witchcraft is not confined to tales of horror. It is embedded in the very soul of the islands, a potent force that continues to shape lives and communities. Each variation, a thread in the intricate fabric of existence, pulls the reader deeper into the heart of a world where the extraordinary and the mundane collide. And as the night deepens, the old woman's charms glint in the moonlight, a reminder that the night is still young, and the story is far from over. The night air crackled with an energy that felt both ancient and alive. In the glow of flickering candles, shadows danced, whispering secrets long forgotten. A woman stood at the center of this sacred circle, eyes closed, her breath mingling with the earthy scent of sage. Around her, the air shimmered, charged with the pulse of the land, a heartbeat woven from the stories of those who had come before. This was no ordinary ritual. It bore witness to a rich tapestry of beliefs that had transcended time, echoing the whispers of the indigenous spirits who roamed these woods long before the first settlers arrived. Indigenous beliefs, rooted in the reverence for nature and the interconnectedness of all living things, have left an indelible mark on modern witchcraft. The ancient teachings of the native peoples, with their profound respect for the earth, resonate in every spell cast, every herb gathered, and every incantation spoken. The woman opened her eyes, and for a fleeting moment, the past and present converged, revealing a truth that sent a shiver down her spine. The spirits of the land were not mere memories, but active participants in her craft. Long ago, before the arrival of colonizers, indigenous tribes practiced their own forms of spirituality, steeped in the understanding that every rock, tree, and river was alive with spirit. Rituals were not just ceremonies, they were vital connections to the earth, a means of honoring the cycles of life that governed existence. The elders taught the young to listen to the wind, to the animals, and to the silent wisdom of the forest. This sacred knowledge, passed down through generations, carried with it an understanding of the power that lay within the natural world. As she gathered herbs from the forest floor, each leaf and root was a reminder of the teachings of those who walked this land before her. The intertwining of indigenous practices with modern witchcraft was not merely an exchange of ideas. It was a resurrection of ancestral wisdom. The woman recalled the stories her grandmother had shared, tales of the old ones who communed with nature, who called upon the weather and the spirits of the earth. Her heart raced at the thought that this connection was alive within her, coursing through her veins like a river of fire. In ceremonies, the sacred elements, earth, air, fire, and water, were invoked with a reverence that reflected the indigenous understanding of balance. The crackling fire before her was not just a source of warmth, it was a portal, a bridge between worlds. The woman felt the pull of the flames, an invitation to release her fears and embrace the transformative power of the moment. Each flicker seemed to mirror the heartbeat of the universe itself, reminding her that she was part of something vast and unknowable. The influence of indigenous beliefs on modern witchcraft is palpable in the use of symbols and rituals that echo ancestral practices. The sacred circle, the use of totems, and offerings to the spirits all speak to a lineage that honors the earth. She remembered the stories of the trickster coyote, a powerful figure in many indigenous cultures, embodying both wisdom and folly. This duality mirrored her own journey as a witch, where failure often paved the way for deeper understanding. The wind picked up, rustling the leaves overhead as if the spirits were answering her unspoken questions. She felt a chill run down her spine, an electric thrill that begged for attention. The connection between her and the land was not just rooted in ancient history, it was alive and breathing, a current that surged through the very soil beneath her feet. Each spell she cast, every intention she set, was a spark igniting the ancient knowledge that the indigenous peoples had cultivated for centuries. The stories of the land were not all light. There were shadows too, stories of pain and loss, of colonization that sought to erase these sacred traditions. Yet, within this darkness, resilience emerged. The roots of indigenous spirituality dug deep, drawing strength from the suffering, transforming it into wisdom. The woman sensed this power in her rituals, a defiance against the erasure of history, a celebration of survival that echoed through her very being. With every chant and every offering, she honored the ancestors who had once thrived here, paying homage to the spirits that lingered, guiding her with their quiet strength. The flickering candlelight cast her features in a ghostly glow, and for an instant, she felt the presence of those who had come before. An army of souls standing beside her, whispering encouragement, reminding her that she was never alone. The blending of indigenous beliefs and modern witchcraft was a delicate dance, one that required humility and respect. As the stars emerged, twinkling like diamonds scattered across the vast sky, the woman understood that her journey was not just about wielding power, it was also about listening, learning, and honoring the wisdom of those who had walked this path before her. A sense of urgency filled her chest, a longing to connect with the earth in ways that transcended time, to feel the vibrations of the world around her. In that sacred moment, she felt the boundaries between the past and present dissolve. The echoes of laughter from the spirits of the land mingled with her own heartbeat, creating a symphony that resonated deep within her soul. As the fire crackled and the wind whispered, she understood. The magic of modern witchcraft was not merely a collection of spells, it was a living, breathing entity, a dance of energies that spanned generations. The moon climbed higher in the sky, its silvery light illuminating the ancient trees that surrounded her, roots twisting like serpents in the underbrush. With each breath, the woman drew in the wisdom of the land, feeling the pulse of life beneath her. She was not just a witch, she was a vessel, a bridge connecting the old ways to a new understanding. And as the night wore on, the boundaries of her reality blurred, the spirits wrapping around her like a warm embrace. A reminder that the power of the land would always be with her, guiding her steps as she continued to navigate this intricate web of existence. Each heartbeat echoed the stories of her ancestors, a reminder that this journey was far from over. The flicker of the flames beckoned her onward, into the depths of her own spirit and the boundless possibilities that lay ahead, waiting to be woven into the fabric of her craft. In a dimly lit room, shadows danced on the walls as a flickering candle cast an eerie glow. The air was thick with the scent of herbs and incense, whispering secrets of ancient wisdom. In the corner, an old woman sat hunched over a small cauldron, her gnarled hands stirring a bubbling concoction. Each swirl sent plumes of steam spiraling upwards, as if the very essence of hope was rising from the depths of despair. Outside, the world was changing, yet here, in this sacred space, time seemed to stand still. Centuries of persecution had forged a distinct sisterhood among women labeled as witches, whose resilience would become their shield and sword in a post-colonial society searching for identity. These women, once fearfully hunted and marginalized, now stood on the edge of reclaiming their power. They were the guardians of knowledge, keepers of traditions once held sacred, despite the iron grip of colonial rule that sought to erase their existence. In the village of Xochimilco, a young healer named Elena found solace in the ancient ways. The vibrant colors of the flowers around her reflected the strength within her spirit. She had witnessed the suffering inflicted upon her people by colonizers who dismissed their beliefs as mere superstition. Yet, among the chaos, whispers of her grandmother's teachings wrapped around her like a protective cloak. With every herb she gathered, every chant she whispered, she was not just healing bodies. She was weaving a tapestry of resilience against a world hell-bent on silencing her. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving streaks of orange and purple in the sky, Elena gathered with a group of women in the heart of the forest. They formed a circle, hands clasped together, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath their feet. Each woman shared stories of their ancestors, tales of bravery, survival, and the beauty of their craft. Laughter mingled with tears as they recalled the times their skills had been deemed witchcraft, a reason for fear rather than reverence. Yet here, in the dimming light, they found strength in vulnerability, their spirits intertwined like the roots of the ancient trees surrounding them. In another part of the world, far from Xochimilco, a woman named Amina in West Africa faced her own battle. The scars of colonialism were fresh, and the weight of expectations bore down on her like a heavy shroud. Yet Amina had the gift of foresight, a rare ability that made her an outcast and a treasure all at once. In a society that revered men and their power, she had learned to navigate the treacherous waters of patriarchal traditions. Her visions came to her in dreams, vivid and powerful, and she used them to guide her community, often at great personal risk. One night, as the moon hung high like a watchful eye, Amina gathered the village women around her. "Listen closely," she urged, her voice steady. "The spirits are restless. They speak of change." The women leaned in, their hearts racing with both fear and excitement. Amina's words were a rallying cry, igniting a fire within them. The world around them was shifting, and they felt the winds of change whispering secrets of power and unity. As the colonial grip weakened, the flames of their resilience began to burn brighter. From the ashes of oppression, a new generation of women was rising. In India, a young girl named Maya discovered her grandmother's dusty grimoire hidden beneath a floorboard. The book, filled with spells and incantations, was a relic of a time when women were revered as sages and seers. Maya's heart raced as she read the words, feeling a connection to a lineage that had been silenced for too long. With each page she turned, she felt a surge of possibilities. She began practicing the rituals, learning to harness the energy that flowed through her. Her village, still reeling from the scars of colonization, began to notice the changes in her. The way her laughter echoed through the fields, how the crops flourished under her care, and how her words seemed to hold magic. Maya became a beacon of hope, a reminder that resilience could bloom even in the harshest soil. But not all stories unfolded smoothly. In the highlands of Peru, a woman named Isolda faced brutal backlash for her practices. The colonial past had left deep scars, and the local government, still influenced by foreign ideologies, branded her as a witch and a threat. Isolda stood before the community, trembling but resolute. "I am not a monster," she declared, her voice breaking the silence. "I heal, I help, I serve the spirits of the earth." Her conviction resonated deeply, igniting a spark of rebellion in the hearts of the women around her. They rallied behind her, women who had long been silenced, and together they faced the council of men who had condemned her. The air crackled with tension as the men sat, their faces hardened, their eyes reflecting centuries of oppression. But Isolda and her sisters stood strong, their voices weaving a collective plea that echoed through the ages. Across oceans and landscapes, the stories of resilience were unfolding, each thread weaving a complex tapestry of defiance and hope. The women who were once shunned were now becoming the architects of their destinies. They learned to wield their wisdom as a weapon, transforming age-old practices into symbols of empowerment. They honored the past while forging a new path, one that embraced healing, unity, and the strength of community. As the fires of ambition burned bright, the wind carried whispers of change from village to village. Women were no longer afraid to stand up for their beliefs, their voices rising like a chorus across the lands. The stories of witches in post-colonial society transformed into tales of triumph, shifting the narrative from one of fear to one of fierce determination. In the shadows of a world still trying to understand its own identity, they became the light piercing through the darkness, revealing the depth of their strength and the beauty of their resilience. And as the echoes of their laughter filled the air, they knew this was just the beginning. The world was about to witness a renaissance of the feminine spirit, one that would forever change the fabric of society. In the midst of it all, the candle flickered ominously as a reminder that, though the path ahead may be fraught with challenges, the fire of resilience would never be extinguished. The moon hung heavy in the night sky, casting an otherworldly glow over the small village. Shadows danced under the flickering torchlight as whispers of fear and suspicion floated through the air, mingling with the scent of damp earth and smoke. In a corner of the village square, a gathering of cloaked figures murmured fervently, their breath visible in the chilly night. They were not here to conjure spells or brew potions, but to seek justice in a world that had cast them aside. A world that had turned its back on the very people who had once woven its fabric: women, the poor, the marginalized. Eleanor stood at the edge of the crowd, her heart pounding in rhythm with the flickering flames. She was no stranger to the weight of accusation. As a healer, her knowledge of herbs and remedies had often brought her admiration. But that same gift had made her a target. Just last week, a child had fallen ill after she treated him, and the whispers began again. "Witch!" they'd cried, not knowing the heavy burden of her heart or the kindness woven into her hands. In a society that thrived on fear, she was an anomaly, a spark of defiance in a world intent on extinguishing it. As the villagers spoke, their voices rose and fell like the tide, filled with anger, despair, and a yearning for change. They spoke of trials and accusations, of their sisters and brothers lost to the flames of ignorance and rage. In the shadows, men and women alike shared stories of those who had been condemned for stepping outside the strict lines of society's expectations. Each tale was a thread, weaving a larger tapestry of injustice that stretched back through the ages. It was a reminder that the witch hunts were not merely events of the past. They were a reflection of an ongoing struggle against oppression. An elderly woman, her face a map of lines etched by time, stepped forward. Her voice, though cracked and frail, commanded attention. "I watched as my daughter was taken from me," she whispered, her words trembling like leaves in the wind. She was accused of witchcraft, for speaking out against the local lord who mistreated the villagers. They burned her for doing what was right. Gasps echoed through the crowd, each member feeling the heat of her pain, the injustice that echoed through history. But the narrative of witchcraft was not solely one of loss. Beneath the surface, it told of rebellion, of women like Eleanor who turned their persecution into power. In quiet corners they gathered, sharing knowledge and strength, redefining what it meant to be a woman with a voice. It was a secret sisterhood that ran like a current through the darkest days, and as the flames flickered, Eleanor felt that current tugging at her heart. Could they truly rise against the tide of hatred? A young girl, no older than 10, stood beside her. Her wide, innocent eyes reflected the firelight, and she clutched a small wooden doll, her only possession. "I want to be a witch when I grow up," she declared, her voice ringing clear. The crowd fell silent, stunned by her boldness. Witches help people. They can heal and protect. They are strong. The words hung in the air, a spark igniting the embers of hope within the gathered souls. In that moment, they saw not just a child, but their future, a future where the chains of oppression could be broken. But the outside world was relentless. As the moon climbed higher, a distant commotion erupted. The sound of boots thudding against the cobblestones, the clanking of armor. Eleanor felt her heart sink. The constable and his men were coming, seeking to quell the gathering of dissent. It was a familiar scene. It had played out countless times before. The flame of knowledge and kinship would be snuffed out, replaced by the cold hand of authority. With a surge of adrenaline, Eleanor stepped forward, her voice steady as she faced the approaching figures. "We are not here to harm. We demand justice." The words rang out, a clarion call that echoed back to the time of the trials, when voices like hers had been silenced. She could feel the solidarity of the crowd behind her, a wave of strength flowing through, urging her to stand firm. The constable sneered, his eyes cold and unforgiving. "You speak of justice? Your kind has brought only chaos. You will be silenced." With a swift motion, he raised his sword, and the crowd gasped, a collective intake of breath that hung heavy in the air. It was a moment suspended in time, fear and courage entwining, shimmering like the stars above. In that fraught moment, Eleanor thought of the countless women who had stood before her, who had faced the flames with dignity, who had wielded their power against the tide of oppression. Each one had a voice, a story, a legacy. The fire crackled, its warmth a reminder of the resilience that pulsed through every heart in that square. They were not just victims, they were warriors, fighting against a history that sought to erase them. And then, just as the tension reached its peak, the girl beside Eleanor took a step forward, her small frame unwavering. "We are not afraid," she shouted, her voice piercing the night like a bolt of lightning. "We are strong. We are witches." The words flowed from her lips like a spell, casting a ripple of defiance through the crowd. Suddenly, the air was electric, charged with the courage of those who had been silenced for too long. A flicker of doubt crossed the constable's face as he looked upon the faces of the villagers, fueled by a surge of collective strength and determination. Eleanor felt the tide turning, a swell of emotion lifting her spirit. They were more than just a gathering. They were a movement, a challenge to the status quo, clamoring for their place in history. But as the constable hesitated, a distant rumble echoed through the village. It was a storm brewing on the horizon, a reminder that nature, too, had its own way of asserting justice. The winds howled, carrying with them the cries of those lost to the flames, the voices of the marginalized woven into the very fabric of the night. With every gust, they seemed to chant alongside the villagers, urging them to stand firm, urging them to reclaim their stories. Eleanor lifted her chin, the weight of her ancestors upon her shoulders, and felt an unbreakable bond with those around her. This was not just about witchcraft. It was about reclaiming their right to voice, their right to exist in a world that had tried to erase them. In that moment, as the storm approached, she realized they were not just fighting for themselves, but for everyone who had been cast aside, for every woman, every marginalized soul who had been silenced throughout history. The constable, faced with the unity and strength of the villagers, stepped back, uncertainty creeping into his hardened heart. The storm rumbled closer, and as lightning illuminated the night sky, Eleanor felt the power of the past, present, and future converge. They were no longer just voices from the margins. They were a force to be reckoned with, ready to challenge the very foundations of a society built on fear and division. The world outside the square may have been dark, but within this gathering, a light flickered, one born from courage and solidarity, one that would not be easily extinguished. As the storm broke overhead, drenching the earth in a cleansing rain, Eleanor felt the first stirrings of hope. It was a promise that echoed through the ages, a testament to the unyielding spirit of those who dared to speak out. And as the thunder rolled, it seemed to say that their fight was just beginning. The old woman sat by the flickering fire, shadows dancing on her weathered face, her voice weaving a tapestry of tales that seemed to hang heavy in the air. The children, wide-eyed and breathless, gathered at her feet, their imaginations igniting with each word she spoke. Stories of the moonlit nights filled with whispers and secrets, of witches who danced in the glade, their laughter echoing through woods that felt alive with magic. These were not just tales, they were the lifeblood of a tradition that pulsed through the veins of generations, a precious thread connecting the past to the present. In a world that craved reason and order, the echoes of folklore brushed against the fabric of society, holding stories of enchantment and fear. It was in these stories that the essence of witchcraft found refuge, preserved against the relentless march of time. The tales whispered of herbal remedies, of charms and incantations, and of the power that lay within nature itself. Each story was a vessel carrying ancient wisdom, and as the flames crackled, they intertwined with the laughter of the young and the sighs of the old, creating an orchestra of human experience. Folklore served as a shield against the ignorance that often accompanied fear. In the darkest corners of history, during the witch hunts that swept across Europe and later America, folklore became a sanctuary for the misunderstood and the accused. Villagers crafted narratives that painted the witches not merely as malevolent beings, but as guardians of ancient knowledge, healers who understood the language of the earth. These stories transformed the tragic fate of many into legends that would be whispered for centuries, their truths buried within layers of myth. One cannot overlook the significance of the wise woman, who was often portrayed as both a healer and a witch, revered in small communities for her knowledge of herbs and the human heart. In the quiet corners of these towns, people would flock to her for remedies, her name spoken in reverence, shrouded in the soft glow of candlelight. Yet, when the tide turned and fear seeped into the cracks of society, the same woman could become a target. Folklore turned her into a symbol of rebellion, a figure who stood against the oppressive forces that sought to silence her gifts. The stories shifted with the winds of change, taking on new forms with every retelling. The cunning folk, those who practiced folk magic, wove their practices into the very fabric of the community, mingling their skills with folklore to create a rich tapestry of belief. They were the protectors of tradition, their tales infused with the wisdom of their ancestors, reminding listeners of the power that lay in the unseen. Each charm, each spell, carried the weight of history, a testament to resilience in the face of adversity. Yet, beneath the surface of every tale, there lingered an unsettling tension. The fear of being labeled a witch loomed large, a shadow that threatened to swallow those who dared to seek knowledge beyond the ordinary. The folklore thus bore the dual weight of celebration and caution, an intricate dance between admiration and dread. As the old woman spoke of the forest spirits and the moon that guided the witches, her voice would drop to a whisper, as if inviting her listeners to join in a sacred pact, to honor the magic in the world while being cautious of the eyes that watched from the dark. In the late 17th century, during the fervor of the witch trials, tales began to change, reflecting the societal panic that gripped Europe. The folklore of witches morphed into narratives of evil, horrific tales of pacts with the devil and unspeakable acts. Yet, even in this darkness, the old stories persisted, clinging to the edges of shadow, refusing to be extinguished. The power of folklore became a means of survival, quietly embedding itself in the hearts of those who dared to remember. As generations passed, the rituals of witchcraft found new life in the stories shared by candlelight, seeping into the dreams of children and the conversations of elders. The tales transformed, evolving to meet the needs of each era while holding tight to the core truths that had sustained them. The witch became a figure of empowerment in some cultures, embodying the strength of women who defied societal norms, while in others she remained a cautionary figure. A reminder of the dangers that lurked in the pursuit of knowledge. The enchantment of folklore lay in its ability to adapt, to resonate with the fears and hopes of each listener. It was a living, breathing entity that thrived on the pulse of the community, echoing in the fears of the collective and shining in the moments of triumph. As the fire crackled, the old woman's voice rose and fell, each story a thread binding the past to the future, a reminder that the magic of witchcraft was not merely in the spells cast or the potions brewed, but in the very act of storytelling itself. As the night deepened and the moon hung low in the sky, the children leaned in closer, their hearts pounding with anticipation. They knew that each flicker of the fire held the promise of more tales yet to come, of witches who walked through the shadows and whispered to the winds. The power of folklore was undeniable, a force that transcended time, reminding them that though the world may change, the stories of those who came before would forever echo in their hearts, whispering secrets of a time when magic was as real as the earth beneath their feet. And so, the fire continued to burn, casting long shadows that danced like spirits around the room, reminding all who listened that in the tapestry of history, the threads of folklore and witchcraft were eternally intertwined. Waiting for the next soul curious enough to seek the enchantment hidden within. Under the glimmering moonlight, the whispering winds carried tales of ancient sorcery and mysterious figures whose shadows danced across the islands of the Philippines. Each name etched in the annals of history, surrounded by an aura of intrigue, held the power to send shivers down the spine of even the bravest souls. This was a world where the supernatural intertwined with the everyday, where the line between the seen and unseen blurred into an electric haze of mystique. Take, for instance, Maria Labo, a name that ripples through the collective consciousness of Filipino folklore like a jagged stone skipping across still waters. Her legend speaks of a woman wronged, driven by betrayal to the fringes of sanity. It's said she dabbled in dark magic, her heart hardened by loss. Tales swirl about her transformation into a creature of the night, feeding on the flesh of her enemies, a haunting reminder of the depths of vengeance. The chilling story of Maria Labo resonates, compelling listeners to question the boundaries of humanity and monstrosity. Then there was the enigmatic Apo Wang Od, revered as the last Mambabatok, a traditional tattoo artist who carried the weight of ancestral knowledge. It is whispered that her tattoos were more than mere art. They were imbued with charms and protective spells, a bridge between the physical and spiritual realms. Each prick of her bamboo needle told a story, not just of beauty, but of resilience, of a woman who bore the scars of her people's history, each mark a testament to survival and strength. As the narrative unfolds, the spectral figure of the Mangkukulam emerges, a witch capable of harnessing the forces of nature to bend others to her will. With every incantation, she weaved spells of love and despair, her heart dancing between mercy and malevolence. Villagers would whisper her name in hushed tones, fearful yet drawn to her power. She was both healer and harbinger, a complex being surrounded by uncertainty and dread. Her prowess in potion-making sent shivers through the spines of many. What was the price of her gifts? In stark contrast stood the revered Babaylan, the priestess of the ancient faith, a beacon of hope and spiritual guidance. These women, often clad in vibrant robes, held sway over their communities, possessing the wisdom of the earth and the knowledge of herbs. They were the keepers of the spirit world, channeling the ancestors' voices to guide the living. Their rituals sang through the air, filling the night with sacred chants that echoed the heartbeat of the land. In their presence, fear and respect mingled, creating an intoxicating atmosphere brimming with energy. The dark figure of the Aswang lurked in the shadows, a creature born of nightmares, embodying the fears of a society grappling with the unknown. With the ability to shapeshift, the Aswang could be anyone, hiding among the villagers, whispering secrets and sowing seeds of distrust. The stories of the Aswang were wrapped in suspense and terror, often told around flickering fires as families huddled close, drawing courage from one another. As night fell, the line between reality and myth blurred, and every rustle in the underbrush could be a warning or an omen. There was also the legendary Lam Ang, a hero who defied death and fate itself. His journey was steeped in magic and adventure, a blend of the fantastical and the real that captivated the hearts of those who heard his tale. With the help of powerful spirits, he navigated the realms of the living and the dead, seeking justice and love. Lam Ang became a symbol of resilience, embodying the Filipino spirit's enduring fight against the forces that seek to bind it. The tales of these figures were woven into the very fabric of Filipino culture, each story enhancing the rich tapestry of tradition and belief. In the quiet corners of every home, elderly voices would recount the spells, charms, and mysteries that had been passed down through generations. One could almost hear the echo of the chants in the balmy evening air, a reminder of the deep connection between the past and the present, the seen and the unseen. Even the notorious witch hunts that swept through the islands painted a dark chapter in this saga. Accusations often arose from fear of the unknown, fear of power, and fear of what one could not comprehend. Women who were seen as different, who harnessed the ancient wisdom of the earth, frequently found themselves at the mercy of a terrified populace. The stakes were high, and the consequences often deadly, as communities sought to purge themselves of what they deemed threatening. The flames of the pyres flickered ominously, casting shadows that seemed to whisper their own tales of injustice. And yet, amidst the chaos, some women emerged as symbols of strength and defiance. The likes of the mystical Ligaya, a healer who wielded her knowledge to empower those who were marginalized, stood tall against the tide of persecution. Her courage inspired many, and her legacy lived on through the stories of those who had been touched by her healing hands. Each story of her bravery ignited a fire in the hearts of those who longed to reclaim their power in a world that often silenced them. The stories of these individuals, steeped in magic, sorrow, and strength, are not merely remnants of the past. They resonate deeply, reverberating through time, echoing the struggles and triumphs of generations. Each name carries with it the weight of history, the palpable connection between the living and the spirits that watch over them. The tapestry of Filipino witchcraft history is rich with emotion, tension, and the eternal quest for understanding, a dance between light and dark that continues to unfold. As shadows lengthen and the night thickens, the stories of these figures beckon, calling forth the spirits of the past, intertwining with the present to birth new tales yet to be told. The flickering candles illuminate not just the faces of those gathered to listen, but also the depths of their own fears, desires, and dreams. The night is alive, pulsating with energy, as the legacy of Filipino witchcraft weaves itself into the very soul of the islands, demanding to be heard, felt, and remembered. Under the dim glow of a flickering candle, shadows danced on the walls of a humble Baha'i kubo, the traditional wooden house nestled among the lush green of the Philippine countryside. Inside, an old woman moved with grace, her gnarled hands skillfully wrapping herbs in a bundle. The air was thick with the scent of fresh basil and dried leaves, each one steeped in generations of knowledge passed down like a carefully guarded secret. Outside, the night was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and distant laughter, but within the confines of that small space, an ancient magic pulsed, waiting to be awakened. Witchcraft in the Philippines has long been a tapestry woven with threads of history and culture, a blend of indigenous beliefs and the influences of colonizers. From the Babaylan, the priestesses revered for their connection to the spiritual world, to the modern-day Mangkukulam, whose whispered incantations carry the weight of countless stories. Witchcraft has always been a reflection of the times. It mirrors the fears, hopes, and dreams of a people, evolving yet retaining its essence. As dusk turns to night, the old woman's eyes sparkled with a wisdom that seemed to transcend time. Legends told of her ancestors who could summon rain with the flick of a wrist or heal the sick with a soft chant. Such powers, once revered and respected, have faced the harsh winds of change. The encroachment of modernity and scientific skepticism has cast long shadows over the ancient practices. Yet, even as the world spins faster, something stirs in the hearts of many Filipinos, a yearning to reconnect with their roots, to reclaim the magic that has long been dismissed as mere superstition. In bustling urban centers, the whispers of witchcraft are not as easily silenced. Here, in crowded markets and busy streets, young people, tired of the humdrum of 9-to-5 life, seek solace in the charms of the past. They gather in secret, armed with sage and crystals, hoping to harness the energy of the universe. They share stories of love spells and protection amulets, eyes bright with wonder. The flames of interest flicker anew, fueled by a desire to find meaning in a world that often feels chaotic and disconnected. In a small cafe in Quezon City, a group of friends huddle around a table, their laughter ringing out as they discuss their latest experiences with a local healer. The stories woven together paint a vivid picture of despair turned to hope, of illness transformed into wellness through the ancient arts. As they share, the energy shifts. It becomes palpable, tinged with the thrill of possibility. Their conversations echo the sentiments of a new generation, eager to carve out their own understanding of spirituality and connection to the earth. But beneath the surface of this revival lies an undercurrent of tension. Skeptics, armed with social media platforms and a loud voice, dismiss the resurgence as mere folly. They label those who practice witchcraft as delusional, invoking the fear of the unknown. The old woman in her Baha'i kubo knows this too well. She has witnessed the tides of change before. Once she was revered, a healer, a guide. Now at times she feels like a relic of a bygone era. Yet there's a flicker of defiance in her spirit. Witchcraft, she believes, is not just about spells and potions. It is about connection, between people, between the living and the dead, between tradition and innovation. As the moon reaches its zenith, a gathering of souls convenes in a secluded clearing. Candles illuminate their faces, casting ethereal shadows that dance on their skin. Each person is there for a reason, seeking guidance, healing, or simply a taste of something extraordinary. The air is electric, brimming with anticipation as the old woman steps forward, her presence commanding yet soothing. She beckons them with a knowing smile, and the crowd hushes, their hearts beating in rhythm with the pulsating energy in the air. She begins to chant, her voice weaving a spell that transcends language. The words flow like a river, carrying the weight of ancestors long past. Some in the crowd close their eyes, feeling the pull of something ancient and powerful. For a moment, the boundaries of reality blur. They feel the brush of spirits, the kiss of the divine. It is a reminder that witchcraft is more than rituals. It is a connection to the soul of the land, to the stories buried beneath centuries of history. As the night wears on, some leave transformed, having shed their doubts and fears. Others linger, driven by curiosity, their hearts ignited with questions. The old woman knows that each person carries a spark of magic within them, waiting to be fanned into a flame. The future of witchcraft in Philippine culture hangs in the balance, poised on the cusp of renewal and resistance. It is a delicate dance, one that requires both courage and vulnerability. In the days that follow, the echoes of that gathering ripple through the community. People begin to share their experiences, stories of healing and revelation. The old woman smiles as she hears murmurs of her name, a sign that the past is not lost but rather being reborn in the hearts of those willing to embrace it. A new generation, armed with smartphones and social consciousness, takes to social media to document their journeys, connecting with others who feel the same pull toward the mystical. Hashtags like Nash, witchcraft, in the Philippines begin to trend, creating a sense of solidarity and shared exploration. Yet, with every rise, there can also be a fall. As interest grows, so does the scrutiny. The old woman feels it in her bones. The winds of skepticism are shifting again. She knows that the path ahead will not be easy. It is a tightrope walk between tradition and modernity, faith and doubt. The future of witchcraft in Philippine culture is like a pendulum, swinging between reclamation and rejection, hope and fear. Still, there is a sense of hope in the air, a feeling that perhaps the magic can endure, that it can be a beacon for those lost in the noise of the modern world. As the sun sets once more, casting a golden hue over the landscape, whispers of enchantment fill the air. The old woman continues her work, weaving spells with every bundle of herbs she prepares. And in the hearts of many, the flickering flame of witchcraft shines bright, a testament to the resilience of a culture rooted in magic and spirit, waiting for the dawn of a new era. The wind howled through the narrow streets of Salem, carrying with it whispers of fear and the smell of burning wood mingled with dread. Shadows danced in the flickering candlelight, casting eerie shapes on the walls of the homes where neighbors once greeted each other warmly. The air was thick with tension, a palpable fear that gripped the hearts of the townsfolk as they turned against one another, each person a potential enemy, each child a possible witch. In this dark atmosphere, lessons lie buried, waiting to awaken emotions as potent as the fear that ignited the flames of accusation. Beneath the weight of history, the story of the deadliest witches unfolds, revealing not just figures of horror, but reflections of humanity itself. Take, for instance, the tale of Tituba, the enslaved woman who first sparked the flames of hysteria. Her voice, once a quiet murmur in the shadows, transformed into a weapon of survival. Her confessions a desperate bid for freedom in a world that offered none. She danced on the edge of a knife, her words mixing truth and illusion, capturing the imagination of a town hungry for scapegoats. The lessons from her plight echo through time. Desperation can turn the meek into the monstrous, and survival often demands a sacrifice of integrity. And what of Elizabeth Bathory, the infamous countess whose castle became a tomb of secrets? Her legend is drenched in blood and suspicion. Each whispered tale of her bathing in the young women's blood, a reflection of society's darkest fears about power and femininity. Her pursuit of eternal youth became a curse, illustrating the timeless lesson. The quest for beauty can lead to the grotesque. Bathory's life teaches that unchecked ambition can become a consuming fire, leaving ashes in its wake. Then there is the tragic figure of Agnes Waterhouse, the first woman hanged for witchcraft in England. Her life an example of how easily innocence can be twisted into guilt. Poor and desperate, she found herself ensnared by a society that demanded someone to blame. Her trial was a stage, the townsfolk the audience hungry for a spectacle, and as she pleaded for her life, her cries were met with silence. The lesson here is stark. Vulnerability can draw out the worst in others, and sometimes the truth is the first casualty in the battle for survival. As the tales intertwine, they paint a haunting portrait of a time when fear overshadowed reason. The dark shadows cast by the past linger still, reminding us that the echoes of these women's lives serve as warnings against the dangers of hysteria. When fear takes the wheel, it drives rationality into the depths of chaos, leading to irrevocable decisions that haunt generations. The lessons learned from their stories become mirrors reflecting the darkest corners of human nature, where suspicion breeds hostility and compassion withers away. Consider the story of the Pendle witches, 12 individuals accused of witchcraft in 1612 England. Their trial, steeped in mystery and betrayal, reveals a web of personal grievances, illustrating how grudges can fuel the flames of persecution. Among them were two families, the device, and the Chattoks, who turned on each other in a desperate bid for absolution. Their struggle reminds us that loyalty can become a luxury in the face of survival, and betrayal may be the bond that ties the guilty to the innocent. Each narrative offers a glimpse into the depths of despair and the complexity of human emotions. The fires of accusation illuminated not just the women accused, but also the darkness that lay within those who judged them. The judges, often blinded by their righteousness, revealed a frightening truth. The quest for justice can morph into a vendetta, where the line between truth and falsehood blurs. The lessons from their trials remind us that morality can be a fickle companion, swayed by fear and desire. The witch hunts were not merely historical events. They were reflections of societal fears, a mirror held up to the anxieties of an age where knowledge was scarce and superstition reigned. These women became scapegoats for the ills of society, their fates sealed by the very ignorance that fueled the flames of hatred. The stories of their suffering resonate through the centuries, urging us to question the narratives we accept without doubt. In the midst of this chaos, the spirit of defiance flickers. Women like Anne Hutchinson challenged the oppressive norms, risking their very lives to carve out a space for dissent. Her trial for her unorthodox views on religion was a warning to all who dared to speak against the tide. The lesson is clear. Courage can ignite revolutions, but it also invites peril. Her voice, echoing through time, implores individuals to stand firm in their beliefs, no matter the consequences. The deadliest witches were not merely figures of horror. They were women who defied the stringent boundaries set by their societies. Their stories hold a mirror to the past and reflect the struggles still faced today. The lessons learned from their lives are not confined to dusty tomes. They live on in the decisions made every day, in the judgments passed and the fears that linger beneath the surface. As the night deepens, the candlelight flickers, casting shadows that dance in a haunting rhythm. The lessons of these deadliest witches seep into the fabric of society, reminding us that the human experience is fraught with tension, emotion, and the ever-present danger of misunderstanding. Each story is a thread woven into the tapestry of our history, rich with lessons that resonate through time. The echoes of their voices linger, urging us to listen, to reflect, and to remember that the past is never truly gone. It lives on in the choices we make today.